ou le Zardakhane, qui ont été utilisés pour démolir les forts et les tours, dont les plus importants sont peut-être la catapulte et le char. Les musulmans ont également utilisé ce qui ressemblait à des armes chimiques, telles que les flacons d'huile et de gel remplis de matériaux inflammables, tels que du soufre, de l'huile et des résines, et des peintures, en plus des pièces qui ressemblaient à des bombes lacrymogènes à notre époque moderne, et provoquaient la suffocation. Et avec l'avènement de la poudre à canon au milieu du 7e siècle de l'Hégire, 13e siècle après Jésus-Christ, les musulmans ont excellé dans son utilisation comme force motrice pour les obus d'armes à feu et ont produit les modèles les plus innovants des canons de fusil et d'engins perfides. L'Empire ottoman était célèbre pour la puissance de ses canons, ce qui était une des principales raisons de ses brillantes victoires dans ces guerres avec les Européens. Quant aux armes préventives, nous en avons obtenu différents types, tels que des boucliers et des engrenages, des coques de mailles et des casques. Ils fabriquaient aussi des boucliers pour les chevaux et les animaux utilisés au combat. Au cours des dernières années, le musée s'est transformé en université d'études des arts islamiques et une destination pour les chercheurs dans les domaines de sciences et des arts en général. Ces salles ont été témoins de dizaines d'activités et d'ateliers artistiques et patrimoniaux qui ont réuni de centaines de chercheurs et spécialistes de l'art islamique.
واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون صدق الله العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. على بركة الله افتتاح اعلان القمة العربية الإسلامية المشتركة الغير عادية. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والدولة، الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، الأمين العام لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرنا نيابة عن سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أن نرحب بكم في بلدكم الثاني وننقل لكم تمنياته بنجاح أعمال هذه القمة. يأتي انعقاد هذه القمة في ظروف استثنائية ومؤلمة، ونؤكد في هذا الصدد إدانتنا ورفضنا القاطع لهذه الحرب الشعواء التي يتعرض لها أشقائنا في فلسطين وراح ضحاياها الآلاف المدنيين العزل من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ، ودمرت فيها المستشفيات ودور العبادة.
Women and elderly, as well as the worshipful houses will be demolished and to continue to coordinate with our brothers and relevant parties to put an end to this one. In this context, to request the immediate ceasefire and to provide safe corridors to deliver the humanitarian aid, as we reiterated the protection of civilians and the prisoners and the innocent peoples. And we requested the UN Security Council to put an end to the aggressive allegations of the Israeli that based on the international law. Therefore, we requested an coordinated comprehensive and collective stance and to work together to break the siege and to deliver the humanitarian thing to the people in Gaza. The kingdom is retaliated the absolute restriction of the siege and to hold the responsibility of the occupiers.
Stability of the Palestinian, the occupation, settlement, and for the government to protect all their legitimate rights and to establish an independent state in the 67 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, which ensures the stability of security and stability for the region and its countries. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And now I give the floor to the Arab-Islamic Secretary to address this time. His Holiness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, respected partners, the war on Gaza actually is our responsibility. We are interested that this war is final phase. Israel wanted since day one that they would like to evacuate all and leave all the inhabitants like this Strip. Israel wishes that one of its ministers threatened to nuke the Gaza Strip. Against the inhabitants listing all this aggression actually deserve all our respect and your attention. Israel actually so far killed more than 11,000 civilians, 70% of them were children, and they're trying to make ethnic cleansing of the state and they say in front of all the whole world. And this actually breeds hatred in the coming generations, also calling all the international powers to eliminate the Palestinian people from the evils of the Israeli aggression. Actually, we noticed that the insistence of some powers actually they would like to emphasize only what happened on October 7, neglecting the damages and massacres by Israel. The legacies, excellencies, through different short phases we want to assess outcomes that the complete cessation of fire should be the top priority of everybody that's working with Israel. and this priority comes at any other priorities, which means that we could expand the war and spread it over to other regions, and also to save the Gaza inhabitants. Also, this forced displacement of Gaza is from Eastern Palestine is a flat violation of the international humanitarian law, and it's only the extremist powers of in the Israeli society. They don't like to give up their own ambitions. Actually, this is not going to be viable, and we are not going to make them actually achieve the fascist ambition. The whole talk about the future of Gaza and the creation of the future of the West Bank and Eastern Jerusalem, these are the elements of the state of Palestine, let's say, based on the resolution 242 in 1960 war. Any talk about any security coordination with Israel without any political solution for the cause is a waste of time and effort, and it actually will make the come back to square one. Well, majesties, highnesses, excellencies, the attitude in the dealing with in the West with the organizing of this conference, dealing with having a political solution based on the two-state solution, despite all the heinous stands that are shocking to us by some statesmen and countries. The public opinion in the world represented by the world people actually is unprecedented situation after it is awakened from all the atrocities made by Israel. Here, I think that we have to respond to all those calling for international conference, hoping that it's going to reach a political solution, applying the two-state solution adopted by everybody except for the occupation, the Israeli occupation. While taking they are commending all the resistance made by Gaza inhabitants and calling for us to support them. They deserve actually every possible support facing this aggression. In conclusion, we are praying that Allah will alleviate all the infliction and all the losses inflicted on and also to peace and rest in peace all the souls of those who fell martyrs, and also today we pray for the soul of Yasser Arafat. Today is the day of his passing away, and wishing that this war will come to an end, and thank you for listening. Well, thank the Arab League Secretary General. I give the floor to the OSCE Secretary General to deliver his speech.
Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his household. The chairman of the Prime Minister, His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, the President of State of Palestine, Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghait, Secretary General of the Arab League. Peace be upon you all. At the very beginning, I would like to express my deep thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the wise leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince, for the kind invitation of holding and convening the summit, and for warm hospitality, and for the means used to make this summit successful. Ladies and gentlemen, this Arab-Islamic summit confirms our support to the Palestinian, unwavering support to the Palestinian people, and our commitment to defend the Palestinian cause and the Quds Sharif cause as well. This is the ultimate goal of our organization, and we have seen the horrible and heinous crimes committed by the occupying forces in Gaza, without any without any conscience at all. And this is, should be documented, and using the international and legitimate mechanisms and legal mechanisms to be able to confront such aggression and such atrocities. And we call on the immediate ceasefire against such atrocities committed against the innocent Palestinian people, and to open and create safe passage to deliver permanent humanitarian aid and assistance, and to ensure the safety of the Palestinian people. And we confirm our total rejection of forced evacuation and displacement of the Palestinian people, and take the necessary measures needed to confront such a policy. And the Palestinian and the occupied forces should comply the international resolutions and the convention. The justice and the comprehensive solution, just and the comprehensive solution requires joint actions and joint efforts to reach peaceful settlement, international settlements allowed to put an end to such occupation and to create a Palestinian state. According to the international resolution, as the Quds as its capital, and to implement international resolutions and the relevant Arabic initiatives in this regard, we hope that this summit will achieve the ultimate goal to serve the Quds Sharif. Thank you.
We thank you, the OIC Secretary General, and I give the floor to our Commissioner General Philip Azarani to deliver his speech.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Joint Extraordinary Summit. The past month has been incredibly painful for all of us. UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, is in mourning for 101 colleagues confirmed killed in Gaza. On Monday, United Nations flags worldwide will be at half-mast to honor the memory. Across the Gaza Strip, more than 10,000 people have reportedly been killed, with the majority to be women and children. Many more are surely still under the rubble. The Israeli forces have pushed over 1.5 million people out of the north of the Gaza Strip. More than 700,000 women, children and men now live in UNRWA schools and shelters. I was in Gaza last week, my first time since the war started. What I saw will mark me forever. Every little girl and boy I met in an UNRWA shelter asked me for bread and water. Children used to learn and laugh in the school I visited. Now the school is an overcrowded shelter that lacks the minimum standard for a dignified life. The continuous bombardment together with the siege are choking Gaza and its people. Basic services are crumbling, everything is running out: food, water, medicine, and fuel. And the dramatic development in Al-Shifa last night pushed many health staff and wounded people to leave. Excellencies, I have 13,000 colleagues in Gaza. Most are displaced. Many continue to work. They operate 150 UNRWA shelters. They keep 1/3 of our health center open and manage mobile clinic. They deliver medicine to hospitals. They deliver flour to bakeries and bring bread back to the shelter. My colleague Maha calls her job a mission impossible, especially when she tries to reassure her children every morning that they will not die. Excellency, today Gaza feels dehumanized and abandoned. They are yearning for reassurance, especially from their Arab and Muslim brothers and sisters, that they hear the crying of the children and see the fear in the eyes of the mothers. On Thursday, I addressed the international conference convened in Paris to support civilians in Gaza. I warned of the danger of double standards. I explicitly described the ongoing campaign aimed at dehumanizing Palestinians. I also firmly stated our position against the forced displacement of the people of Gaza, most of whom are descendants of Palestinian refugees. I cautioned against the spillover of the conflict into the region. The West Bank has reached a boiling point with the Israeli forces and settler violence claiming lives daily. The Lebanon-Israel border is simmering with tension. Excellencies, the Palestinians in Gaza have always relied on the Arab and Muslim world for solidarity. Today, they also need you to turn this solidarity into further and stronger action. I am seeking your support for three specific and urgent matters. First, to reach a humanitarian ceasefire with strict adherence to international humanitarian law. We must insist on protecting civilian and civilian infrastructure, including United Nations facilities and hospitals. This should be our recurrent request. I'm sure that many of you can influence action on the ground. No effort should be spared at this point. Second, a meaningful and continuous flow of humanitarian aid is essential. We must make the flow of supply match the immense humanitarian needs. But the logistics and the verification of trucks by Israel are extremely cumbersome. They only allow a limited number of trucks into Gaza. We must increase the volume of aid and use other crossings, including those within Israel, like Kerem Abu Salem. Third, UNRWA urgently needs funds and new voice. UNRWA is not only the largest UN agency in Gaza, but also the last remaining lifeline for 2.2 million people. We can offer much more if we have the means. I sincerely thank the countries that have already announced contribution for the generous response, and I respectfully call on other members of the League and the OIC to also show your solidarity by supporting UNRWA. I want to tell the people in our shelter that the Arab-Islamic world tasked us to help them and gave us the resource to do so. Finally, I need you to firmly defend the agency against false and insidious claims that its schools teach hatred or that it has let the civilians of Gaza down. This accusation comes from those who want us to fail. They fuel a toxic and deeply polarized environment. To conclude, we must also consider the day after a political solution has become a matter of life and death for millions of people. A genuine prospect of Palestinian statehood is critical. We must step back from the brink before it is too late. I urge you, members of the Arab League and the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, to act now to change the trajectory of this crisis. With your support, UNRWA is ready to do its part. Thank you.
أشكر معالي السيد خلال على كلمته، والآن نبدأ جلسة المناقشات. أدعو فخامة الرئيس.
In the name of God, the most gracious and most merciful. This is a recitation from the Holy Quran, which calls for peace and patience. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegate, peace be upon you all. They believe that their power will protect them. And I say, we are the owners of the land and its properties, and Palestine unites us, and the occupation will be removed. And I talk to you today while the Palestinian people are assaulted by the most atrocious war crimes trying to eradicate the Palestinian people, while the cowardice Israelis use their war machines to flagrantly violate human rights and international laws and have passed all red lines in Gaza Strip by injuring and killing more than 40,000 civilian Palestinians, most of them children, women, and elderly. In addition to destroying thousands of homes on the house, toppling these homes on the heads of their occupants. This is only in the first month. Can you even imagine what would happen over the next few months? What would happen to Gaza over months of this occupation? And at the same time, the West Bank and Al-Quds are under daily murders and violations to its citizens by the Israeli regime. The Palestinian people are sad and angry by the death of thousands of children and the eradication of entire families and the destruction of hospitals, mosques, and churches in Gaza. And my mind is boggled and cannot believe that this is happening in front of the eyes and ears of the international community without calls for stopping this brutal ceasefire, without calling for an immediate ceasefire of these brutal hostilities before more Palestinians are lost to this aimless conflict, and without there being justice for the Palestinian people. And I am sure that you will not accept this. And the free people of the world will not accept duplicity of standards. And for the Palestinian people to still be victims of this genocide. The occupation forces in Israel and people who stand by them and protect them are responsible for the death and injury to all Palestinian children and women in this unjust war. And we will chase these people and we will call for them to be held responsible in these international courts, international conferences. And therefore, we call for the world and we say that the United States of America, who has the most effect on Israel, is responsible and liable for there not being a political solution. And we ask the United States to stop the Israeli aggression and to stop the occupation and to end it and to protect our people. Yes, we request the United States of America, we call upon the United States of America to do this. Your Highness, the head of the Arab League and the OIC, we are all in a historic turning point, and we must all rise up to the occasion and our responsibilities to achieve peace and stability for everyone in our region, and so that this aggression does not continue. Once again, we would like to state the following. First, we request the Security Council to abide by its responsibilities to stop this aggression immediately and to allow the installation of medical supplies and food supplies and to provide water and electricity and food into Gaza and to stop the forced displacement of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. And we refuse this entirely. Second, we will not accept military solutions or security solutions after all of them have failed utterly, and after the occupation have hindered the two-state solution and have increased their settlements and have increased their attempts to commit genocide and their flagrant violations of international laws and their desecration of Islamic and Christian holy sites. And we will continue our efforts on our lands, and we will not negotiate when it comes to our unalienable rights. Third, we must emphasize that Gaza is a part of the state of Palestine, and there must be a comprehensive political solution for all of the Palestinian lands, to include the West Bank and Gaza. And we refuse the Israeli piracy on our funds. And we have not, for one day, set aside our issue. And the amount of funds that we've spent on Gaza since 2007, more than $20 billion. And this is our responsibility. This is our responsibility, I repeat, towards our people. We must provide them with services for health, for education, for electricity, for water, and the salary of employees and Social Security. Fourth, we call upon the Security Council to rectify the state of Palestine and to hold and to provide these, to hold the international community accountable and to protect the Palestinian state and people, which is what we have called for time and time again. However, unfortunately, we are left alone and to face the Israeli occupation. We need the protection of the international community. We need a plan for a viable political solution to achieve sovereignty for our state. And we call for the Arab peace solution to be implemented, and for there to be a Palestinian state with East Al-Quds as its capital, and to follow the UN Resolution 149, and we request a timeline to implement all of these actions. And this is what the Palestinian state is adhering to, and the PLO adheres to. We are the only sole representative of the Palestinian people. Fifth, we call for international support to help the Palestinian state's agencies to support its people, which includes rebuilding Gaza and implementing your resolutions regarding supporting the budget of the government and to provide financial stability to the state, which was agreed upon in the previous Arab leagues, specifically in these unique times. In addition, providing resources to enhance the Palestinian economy. And we hope that this will be as soon as possible. And we emphasize that we will continue our reform programs in our organizations. And we are ready for new presidential and general elections that all of the state of Palestine can participate in, including Al-Quds. And in closing, I thank His Royal Highness, I thank His Majesty, the custodian of those two holy mosques, and my brother, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, the Chairman of this summit. And I thank Your Highnesses and Your Excellencies for your stances and your noble stances with stance with the Palestinian people. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the countries of the world and the people of the world that have condemned this aggression and call upon a just providing Palestinian people with their just rights. And I would like to mention the martyr Yasser Arafat, and I tell our people we are still here. We are resisting and we are coming back. And we will be victorious by the grace of God. Peace and blessings be upon you all.
Thanks, the President of the State of Palestine. Now I will give the floor to His Majesty, King Abdullah of Jordan, to deliver his speech.
The most merciful, and peace be our Prophet Muhammad, my brother, the Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Your Excellencies, peace be upon you all. I would like to thank my brother, the custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and my brother, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for hosting this joint Arab-Islamic summit. We gather today for Gaza and its people. When are they encountering killing and destruction in a heinous war that must be stopped immediately? Or that our region may have a big damage that will be paid by the innocent, by the two sides, and its result may extend to the rest of the world. This aggression did not start a month ago, but it's an extension for more than 7 decades, where the mindset of castle and wall mindset has continued and prevailed, and most of its victims, civilians victims. So it's the same mindset that want to transfer Gaza to a place that cannot be lived that target mosques and churches and hospitals, and also that killed doctors and relief teams and even children and elderly people and women. So my question today is, do the world have to wait this human tragedy and the massive destruction until the world realizes that the just peace that gives the Palestinian brothers their legitimate rights on the two-state solution? It is the only way for stability and to get out of the sins of killing and violence that continues for decades. Our dear leaders, the aggression on our Palestinians is an evidence for the failure of the international community to guarantee their rights and their dignity and their self-determination, and to have their own independent country based on the 1967 borders with its capital East Al-Quds. And we cannot be silent on what Gaza Strip is facing, that for the access of drugs and medicines, and there must be humanitarian corridors to be stable and sustainable, and we cannot accept to stop the food and medicine and water and electricity from the Gaza people. This attitude is an act of war and criminal war. The world that must condemn, and Jordan will continue to perform their duty by sending the humanitarian aid to our Palestinian brothers in all possible means. Our dear leaders, the resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations in regard of Gaza is a victory for the human values and for the right to live in peace, and also it's an international conscience to refute war, and it is a resolution that came out of the efforts of the Arab states, and this resolution must be a first step to work together to build a political alliance to stop the war and also stop the displacement immediately, and to start a serious operation and process for peace in the Middle East, and not allowed to hinder it under any condition, or the alternative there will be extremism, hatred, and more tragedies. The Islamic values and the Jewish values and the humanitarian values do not accept the killing of the civilians that happens during the previous weeks of killing and destruction, and we cannot accept that our cause, the legitimate and just cause, to transfer to a place for conflict between generations. And now we'll say to the whole world and all believers in peace, and also for the human dignity, no matter what their religious and language background, that the world will pay the price of failures for the solution of the Palestinian cause, and also to resolve this problem. Thank you, everyone. Peace be upon you.
I thank His Majesty King of Jordan, and the floor is given to President of the Council of Egypt to deliver his speech. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, above his Crown Prince, His Honour's Crown Prince for Khalid bin Salman bin Aziz, which Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, the Arab-Islamic Secretary, His Excellency Secretary of OIC, ladies and gentlemen, peace people alone. The 11th takes us on British France of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this summit, this exciting summit, in this particular conditions. Actually, it's quite very hard for those people, innocent people who are suffering, killing, but with the inhuman practices that actually reminiscent of what happened in the Middle Ages, and that's why I call upon the international community, if they would like to protect the minimum level of human values. But it is quite hard for the Palestinians, it is hard for us, and all the people who have real consciences. That's quite very sad that this also reveal the evils of the standards and the imbalances and rejection of all the claims that unfortunately actually they fail categorically in this test. Let's look at others. Egypt, the last one, the very beginning, the killing of innocent people, and also scaling civilians of both sides and all the and by the international human rules. And we are looking today, once again, that this racialization, discrimination in the Soviet times, and also we stress that the policies of collective punishment for those people in terms of killing unforced displacements and killing cannot be justified by right to self-defense. And any other activity should be stopped immediately. The international community, especially the Security Council, is accountable for having a decisive action to stop this. First, the immediate and sustainable ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Second, that's stopping all the practices that lead to enforcing displacement for Palestinians to any other place other than their homes. And also, the international council should assume its responsibilities for handling the safety of all civilians in Gaza. Also, safeguarding all safe exits and corridors and processes for any also hold Israel accountable for its responsibility as an occupier. They need to reach a formula to settle this conflict based on the two-state solution and establishment of the independent state of Palestine in the 1967 borders with its capital, Quds as its capital. To have international investigation of all the the took place and had committed in terms of violation of the international law. Respected orders, Egypt has more than once reiterated its warning against these policies of Israel, and also now they are talking that if we step short of stopping war in Gaza, actually having the exposure, spilling over of these hostilities, whatever all the self-restraint attempts that the unprecedented level of aggression that can change all the equation that can be changed overnight. In conclusion, I would like to call upon all the international active powers and the international at large, tell them that positive Arabs will set the path of peace for decades and years, and we also delivered all the peace initiatives. And it's time for you to assume responsibility to press to stop the bloodbath and bloodletting of the Palestinians, and also to address the roots of this conflict and the rebellion rights to its owners, and to establish all the rights, all the people in the key regions to live in peace without any scare or any fear, and without any children carrying the coming generations suffering and having nothing except for hatred. But it's the only united peoples and governments to reach a lasting and just a solution for the concerned cause that will come along with all our values, and also with the international values in terms of justice and respect of rights, all rights, not only some of them. Thank you once again. Thank you for listening. Thanks go to the Egyptian President, Dr. El-Sisi, and the floor is given to the President of Egypt, Erdogan, of Turkey, to deliver his speech.
Your Excellencies, leaders of states and governments, head of governments, my dear thanks and appreciation and peace be upon you all. In your presence, I express my deep thanks and gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. And I would like also to thank the delegates, and hopefully this meeting, this summit will be a means of prosperity and good for the Palestine and the entire Islamic world. Today from this we express our stance at the level of the Muslim world regarding the Palestinian cause, and will reinforce our situation through the resolution taken, and will implement them today, as where this are enabled to describe the unspeakable atrocities committed in Gaza, the hospitals, temples, schools, campus have been targeted, and the ambulances and aid convoys were attacked brutally. So we have seen the remains, the bodies of the innocent children laying in the vicinities and yards of hospitals, and mothers holding their babies while they lost their lives, and the fathers tirelessly try to save their children from under the rebels. And for about 36 years, we have seen such horrible scenes and recorded in our and engraved in our memory. So Israel tries and attempts to revenge from the events of 7 October, not supported by the most of us by killing civilians, and the children and women. Today, we cannot accept and condone what Israel is doing. No doubt, our brother in West Bank are negatively impacted, and based on UN reports, those who left the lives of the Palestinian, about 12,000 in Gaza and Ramallah, 73 of them children and women. This is frenzy state cannot constitute any excuse for such actions. The world stand silent, remain silent, is shameful. And Gaza has been collapsed and demolished completely, while the Western nations never asked to cease fire. And if we look into the Shab-to event, in which a number of civilians were killed, while the leaders of the Western countries on a march in Paris denouncing such killings. But right now, the world is standing still without condemning the atrocities. And those who defend America and the Western countries, they claim to advocate human rights, but they have totally ignored the human rights in Palestine. And United Nations at the General Assembly, the voting for supporting the Palestinian cause didn't achieve consensus, and we still wait that the world's awake their conscience. The Islamic world expresses the unified stance against this noble cause, and we should exert our efforts. And I congratulate the countries exerted concerted efforts to deliver human aid. In cooperation with our Egyptian brothers, we have sent 10 convoys with the humanitarian aid to Al-Arish airport, and yesterday a civilian ship with the 660 tons of humanitarian aid and assistance, and which is expected to arrive at Arish today. We will continue our efforts to address the cancers and to provide treatment for cancers and oncology, and will convene a meeting under supervision of my wife. We will invite ladies and the first ladies of the governments for Palestine. The ultimate goal is to deliver humanitarian aid without any hindrance, and the main cause is to ensure and secure a permanent ceasefire, not a temporary one. And ceasefire for 4 years is unjust, and our stance is the same. And the humanitarian aid should be sustainable without stopping. Starting from hospital, we should as well make access of fuel for hospitals to be able to work and operate. And the Northern, the honorables, the aid organizations describe the north of Gaza as a piece of hell, and we should exert efforts to open the gateways and to make accessible for the humanitarian aids and assistance. And we should exert efforts to hold Israel accountable for crimes committed against humanity. And we should consider as such by the ICC and the Security Council and to initiate investigation in this regard. And for the nuclear weapons, and the International Agency for Atomic Energy should examine and look into such matter and to inspect and detect the nuclear weapons in Israel. And we cannot condone such sensitive issue which puts the security of this entire region at risk, and for the compensation. And I think that's what makes Israel to go impunity is not to pay a compensation against crimes committed by Israel of bloodshedding and killing innocent people. And Israel should pay such compensation because Israel is the country which their actions go unnoticed and with impunity, and we need to establish a fund under the OIC to reconstruct Gaza, and will exert our efforts to revive and to build Gaza, and we pay huge attention for this effort. We won't be able to speak about normalization in the region in isolation and without finding a peaceful solution to the Palestinian cause. The main issue, as you know, that lies in the rights of the Palestinian people and creating the nation, the states on the border of 1967 with sovereignty and with the territorial integrity, with the capital of the Eastern Jerusalem. And the International Peace Conference is the main foundation for the protection of security and safeguarding the peace. We should exert efforts, and we are ready and willing to exert such efforts and to be the guarantor of Palestinian people. And we know, we're fully confident that this kind of efforts will create security and prosperity for the Palestinian people and the entire people and the people of the entire region, including Israel. Dear brothers and sisters, we should be very cautious to protect Al-Quds, because Israel tries to impose the status quo on the Haram Sharif. So many countries, including Turkey and other regional powers, we know for sure that such practices and such a propaganda of Israel, this is the promising land, and we say that Palestine is a red line for us, and we wish peace and security for Palestine and the Palestinian people, and we express our heartfelt wishes that such peace will prevail. And with such words, I conclude my speech and wishing and praying to Allah for a speedy recovery for the wounded. And I hope this summit, the extraordinary one, will be a means of good and prosperity for the entire Islamic world.
And we thank the President Tayyip for his speech. And now give the floor to the Indonesian President, Joko Widodo, to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Your Excellency, Heads of Governance of the OIC Forum, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Indonesia supports the very timely convening of this OIC summit, and the OIC must be able to produce concrete results to be able to put an immediate end to Israel's brutality in Gaza. 1 month, this atrocity has been going on, and the world appears to be helpless. More than 7.9 billion people in the world, more than 190 world leaders, but until now, not one person is able to end this atrocity. For that reason, the OIC must be united and be at the forefront to resolve this problem. I would like to make some concrete suggestions. First, a ceasefire must be conducted immediately. Without a ceasefire, the situation will not improve. And Israel has used the self-defense narrative and will continue to murder civilians. This is none other than a form of collective punishment, and we all must find a way for Israel to immediately conduct a ceasefire. Second, humanitarian assistance must be accelerated and its reach expanded. The ICU must suggest an aid mechanism that is more predictable and sustainable. Indonesia has delivered humanitarian aid and will continue to deliver more aid. On the other hand, the humanitarian situation is also very alarming. The Indonesian hospital in North Gaza continues to be a target of Israel's attacks, and they have run out of fuel. And for that reason, Indonesia urges all parties to respect international humanitarian law. Third, the OIC must use all avenues to demand Israel's accountability for the crimes against humanity that they have committed. For example, urge the granting of access to the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory established by the UN Human Rights Council to undertake its mandate. And to continue to support the advisory opinion process at the International Court of Justice. Fourth, the OIC must urge for peace negotiations to restart immediately in order to achieve the two-state solution and reject the idea of a one-state solution, because it will definitely come at the expense of Palestine. If indeed the quartet mechanism can no longer be relied upon, then the OIC must push for a peace negotiation process with a new format, and Indonesia stands ready to contribute in such peace negotiations. And in closing, once again, the OIC must be united, must be at the front line, use all peaceful means, all of its influences, and all diplomatic efforts to defend justice and humanity for Palestine. And from Riyadh, I have been scheduled on Monday to meet with President Joe Biden to conduct a bilateral visit to the United States. With the permission of leaders, I will convey OIC's decision today to President Biden. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, we thank the Indonesian President for the Qatar. And now I give the floor to Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, the Emir of Qatar, to deliver his speech.
Your Majesty, Your Excellency, Your Royal Highnesses, in the beginning I'd like to thank these blessed efforts by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, headed by the Crown Prince of Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, and His Majesty the Custodian of the Holy Mosques, This is a timely summit, truly. This summit today is happening while the people of Palestine are under heinous acts and abuses by Israel. And the international community has failed to adhere to its responsibilities to human rights and to stop these war crimes and genocides in the name of self-defense, and stopping this aggression and senseless war. And our hearts bleed to see children and women and elderly killed wholesale, and they're suffering. And we ask, till when will the international community treat Israel as if it's with impunity and that they're above the law? And till when will they allow them to flagrantly violate all of the international laws and their assault on the original people of that land? What's happening in Gaza is a danger in many levels. There is precedent to see that there is aggression and wars. How is bombing hospitals normal? And then to make things worse, to blame the victims and to say that there are tunnels underneath these hospitals, and then there's no need for justification. And especially when people have now become used to these atrocities. These are unprecedented times. We found before this war, during the surge in Gaza, an increase in the supposed immunity for certain countries to hold Israel accountable to international laws. We see indiscriminate killing of civilians, whether they are children, women, as well as bombing hospitals and refugee camps. And there's no care. And this immunity is so much so that they can see bodies being eaten by dogs, and yet no one moves. It seems that their tolerance has become so high when it comes to the Palestinian people. The international community fails itself before it fails us when they allow us to justify such acts. Who would have known that hospitals would have been bombed in the 21st century? And that families, entire families, will be eradicated in civilian neighborhoods and in and refugee camps. Who would see that these were planned activities to forcefully displace people? All this in front of the eyes of the global community. And then we see Israeli communiques that are clearly without repercussion or without remorse. We stand by the Palestinian people and their just cause, and we continue with our partners in the international community to provide humanitarian aid and to work on to make sure that this aid reaches quickly, even though the Israel are hindering such efforts. And we call for opening humanitarian corridors around the clock so that aid can reach to those affected without any conditions. And we refuse hindering these aids getting to the people they need, and by political blackmail and saying they will bomb these humanitarian aids. Aid should reach all of Gaza. And all of this is the least we can do. In addition to that, we are supporting all diplomatic efforts, regionally and internationally, to save the lives of civilians, to include mediating the release of hostages, and we hope to receive a humane ceasefire soon that will help the region. And we once again reaffirm that we condemn any assault on any civilians, regardless of race, creed, or religion. And we condemn the assault and aggression on hospitals, education facilities, and we call upon the UN to investigate immediately regarding the Israeli allegations to so-called justify these assaults. And nothing can justify such crimes. Your Excellencies, you all know how our people feel and their stance on this matter, and we must be unified in this course, and we must take a firm stance regarding the issue in Gaza, and we must condemn and denounce. But that's not enough. We must take action to stop this crime, so that the Islamic communities, with their weight, must act. The heinous genocide being done by Israel doesn't just affect the Arab world, but also global our stability. And in conclusion, we confirm again and reaffirm that the only solution that is just in international law is the Arab peace plan, and it is the solution that the global community has called upon for. And we underscore and we reaffirm that it is how the Palestinians will reach prosperity in a two-state solution. And we believe that the Israeli plans for after this war crime is a continuation of their occupational plans that have hindered all peace efforts and has led to all of this in the first place. And their refusal to accept the Palestinians' inalienable rights. And we do not accept these security procedures while continuing with their colonial mindset and this injustice towards the original people and the indigenous people of Palestine. And we call upon Israel to stop this aggression. And the global community's silence is a license for Israel to continue this. And we call upon the stopping of this.
I thank Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad of Qatar, and now the floor is given to the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, to give his speech.
Peace on Palestine and the blood that has been spilled without a cause, and peace on people in Palestine and Lebanon. This is the key and the standard of the Islamic dignity and humanitarian dignity. Mr. Chairman, in the beginning, I'm pleased to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this the 14th summit, the important summit and the joint summit for the Arab state in these harsh conditions with the tensions in the region today, and in this extraordinary summit, we're talking about the most important topic, which is the Palestinian cause, which is the worst crimes that witnessed the worst crimes in the history, and also to witness a historical resolution and to take this resolution, and also about the problems in the Islamic world. We can handle them by depend on Allah, and also to depend on the capabilities of Islamic world is the only way to save the Islamic nation. And these organizations can play a crucial role and an important role to embody a scene of solidarity. And the Islamic Republic of Iran realized this truth with the neighboring policy, and also the values, the Islamic values. So today, on behalf of the nation of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we gathered to help and save the people of Palestine, and also to be with them. And today the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is watching what's happening in Palestine. And today the Prophet of Islam is waiting from and expecting from the Islamic nation and the leaders of Islam states. Today is the day of work. Today is a historical day to defend Al-Aqsa Mosque. Today is the day of the right versus evil day, and today embodies and represents the corruption of the Israeli occupation, with the millions of demonstrations that we have seen around the world that represent the cause of Palestine, lays in the heart of peoples. Today is the day of victory, and what we have watched and witnessed during the last 5 weeks in Gaza and Gaza Strip embodies the heinous crimes for international laws and humanitarian laws, but the Gaza is heroic, and in the last 2 decades, because of the blockade that they have, Gaza have encountered, now is known the biggest prison in the world, and also when they encounter unarmed acts of violence, and the Israeli regime has violated the international laws and norms and targeted comprehensively on Gaza Strip. And now the bombs and shelling and the random targeting and to use the illegal bombs to provoke the international community, and up till now 11,000 of innocent civilians have been killed, and there is still more than 3,000 people are still under the rubble, and most of them are victims of the Israeli strikes, and most of them are the innocent children and women, and also killing the people working in the hospitals, and also bombing hospitals, one of the heinous crimes as well. And what is worse than that, the number that cannot reach the medicine, and when they have the outreach of different diseases, and also the other people that lost their lives as a result of these acts. These people are our sons and our families and our children, and we must be responsible in front of Allah, the Majesty. What is or what are the crimes of these people? And today, what is this? The story of Gaza is the story of dignity against the evil, the pure evil. Today, we must take sides. Are we in the side of in the side of the Palestinian or in the side of the Israeli that destroying the humanitarian values. Our leaders, the heads of Islamic states, of course, the United States of America is the one with order, and it is a partner in these crimes. Israeli is the unlegal son of America, and they prefer the Israeli regime on the lives, thousands of innocent lives, and the United States of America have created and encouraged the Israeli regime to do these acts, or criminal acts, and also the Zionist regime that is still killing and bombing Palestinians, and this is not go or align with the international laws and also the alignment with the American that has actually entered this war in favor of Israel with the comprehensive support for the Zionist regime in the Security Council with the United Nations, and also not to approve the resolution that have that reject the killing of Palestinians, but the Americans allow or gave the area for more killing. The other American step to also to support the Zionist regime through the different types of the deadly arms, and also to fill the inventory for and finance Israel with billions of dollars and the war machine for the Zionist regime and their fuel. They are the one who fund Israel, and America is by sending ships, large ships of weapons and arms daily, on a daily basis, and even to more than 7 nuclear atomic bombs landed on the heads of Gaza people, and this means of partnering in these crimes, and there must be or must be escalated to the international courts. And what is worse, that all corruptions lays in America, and by killing millions of people around the world in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria and other Islamic countries, is the one made by Americans by occupying the world by different deals, and also failing the projects of the international organizations, so they are essential part in this conflict. So our esteemed leaders, the heads of state, today the Israel aggression is hated by the rest of the world, and it is clear to the rest of the world that this blockade entity do not aim do not aim to control and to exert efforts for peace. So what we need to do, and now that the international organizations that must do their part, and they must, we must control, as in the beginning, in dialogue with the Islamic leaders, that we must hold this conference. I wish that we held this conference before 1 month, but this meeting or this summit, I wish that it will be resulted by issuing a resolution in favor of Palestinian people. The first step is the immediate ceasefire and killing of civilians in Gaza, and also the termination of random killing for civilians. We must not allow for the Zionist regime and those who support them, and through offering the evidence and the provide all the evidence. So we must use all the mechanism and means to force America and the Zionist regime to terminate and to stop the killing. And we realize that the resistance of the people in Gaza Strip, if it's not this, the resistance in front of the violations or Zionist expansions in Lebanon as well. Today, we witness that the Arab-Islamic states are encountering a war with the Zionism, and also the second thing, the lifting of the blockade without any restriction or condition for Rafah crossing, and also through cooperation with our brothers in Egypt for the accession of medicine and food. So we must agree that by the state leaders, and to implement and also to form an executive delegation and to send this relief. And we must also to open the corridors to the humanitarian corridors, and also to impose the pressure. And also we call upon for the immediate exit for the militants from Gaza, and Gaza must be restored to Palestinian as it was before and as it is, and also and not for those who are recruited by the Americans or the Zionist regime. And here today, all the Islamic states and Arab states must perform this right to provide security and stability for the occupied regions. And the fourth one is to cut any political and economic relations with the Zionist regime through the Islamic states, and also the commercial, cut to the commercial ties, and especially on the level of energy level, it must be in our priority. And also we must support the people movement for cut the Israeli merchandise, and also the Islamic number 5, the Islamic State must be familiar with the occupying power, or must be recognized as a terrorist entity, and also to form an international court to punish the leaders of the Zionist regime and the Americans who are in partnership with the Zionist regime. And we must create a special fund for the reconstruction of Gaza, and also to have to send humanitarian aid and relief for the Palestinian people from different countries, especially the Islamic states, and also to name a day for the Zionist Crimes Day, and also the bombing of the hospital on the of Al-Mamadani Hospital as a day of war crime. And also the 10th step that if the Zionist regime continues with its crimes, this unbalanced war, the Islamic State must equip the Palestinian people with arms and weapons. These are the immediate and short-term solutions, but the sustainable solution is what has been affirmed by our leaders for the Islamic Republic in Islamic Republic of Iran, and had to be registered in the United Nations, and to have a Palestinian state from the river to the sea, based on the democratic principle. So each Palestinian have one voice, whether he's a Muslim or a Christian, and leaders of Islamic states. During the last 70 years, we have witnessed a lot of solutions, but were of no use, and the Zionists have displaced the innocent Palestinian from their land, from their country, and also to settle on their land, and also they have settled a military forces, occupying military forces in their land. The Islamic Republic of Iran in the beginning announced that the Zionist entity is the occupier, and they are illegal settlers. So you must pay attention to the time, and also that 75 years have passed by, and the Zionist regime is the one who performing discrimination. So this entity must be stopped, and also we must counter this entity, and it is a legitimate defense, and the sole solution is the resistance, and the resistance and for decades, and also the resistance that we have witnessed during the 35 years have break the record that represent that there is no solution we have to expel the occupying forces, and we must kiss the hands and of the resistance, and also we must pray and hail the Gaza people for their resistance, and also I have to affirm that the Islamic Republic of Iran recognize the resistance and the forced displacement. We see it as a criminal war, an act of war, and also we affirm also during these years we can, and the calls that have been issued by the leaders of European states, and also I would like from the countries that support it, because they must, I must thank them, and today the crimes we have witnessed awaken everyone. And today we must stand by the side of people in Gaza, and also we must talk about another point, which is the atomic weapons used by Israel, and it's the only entity in the whole world that see that human. And even with the expansion plans, chemical expansion plans that did not oversee by any international agency in front of the eyes and ears of the international community, and threatened them, and by targeting them with a nuclear weapon. What are the losses and the threats that we are witnessing? What we need more of these threats to be awakened. And today there are a lot of gains in the favor of Palestine people, based on the 75 years of resistance, and as a result of countries that support the Israel regime. Our dear leaders, the Islamic people are consider or think that this is a disgrace when they see the blood of their brothers that has been shed and the countries that provide fuels to the Israel regimes, and also everyone must know that they are subjected to this test, and if they are not able to meet us, the Islamic leaders, to be resulted in a step, then more disappointment will increase to defend Palestine. So they can provide by themselves the heads of state, Mr. Chairman. Let me conclude my speech. Peace on Gaza children and martyrs in Gaza. Peace on children that reciting the Holy Quran beside the destruction scenes in Gaza and resort to Allah, and also peace and my gratitude to children and also to my children in Gaza, and peace to you who are meeting today, and also for your and peace be those who are counter this aggressions, and peace to who have filmed and photographed with your small hands the aggressions of the Zionist regime, and your faces that were spotted with blood, and your broken bones under the American bombs, screaming that we're still standing. And of course, the future is for the resistance, and you are the true heroes, the sons of resistance. We will not let you down. Palestine is, of course, they see it far away, but we see it very close. Quds is for us, and Bifkra is for us, and peace be upon you all.
We thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now I give the floor to the Crown Prince of Kuwait to deliver his speech. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, praise be to Allah, and peace and blessings on Prophet Muhammad, last messenger, his companions, family members. Your Royal Highness, Prince Muhammad bin Salman Abdul Aziz, Crown Prince, Prime Minister, my brothers, majesties, highnesses, excellencies, His Excellency, the Arab League Secretary General, Mr. Ahmed Abu Ghaid, His Excellency, the OIC Secretary General, peace be upon you all. First, it's my honor actually to speak on behalf of the Emir of Kuwait, and pass his greetings and his wishes for a successful summit, and then to the best interest of the Arab and Islamic nations, and also in support of cause, especially our current cause, the Palestinian cause. It's also my pleasure to express my deepest thanks and gratitude to the Saudi Arabia region of the people for the warm hospitality accorded to us since our arrival to the kingdom, and also for convening this extraordinary summit that gathered both the Arab and the Islamic world to head off all these miserable circumstances in the Arab-occupied territories as a result of the atrocities of Israel in killing civilians. That is actually, it's a harbinger of negative repercussions upon all the regional and international security and stability. Your legacies, highnesses, excellencies, our summit today is convened while our Palestinian brothers in Gaza Strip are suffering the incredible and beyond imagination crimes committed by Israel in terms of killing, destruction, in a way that confirms its practices of collective punishment that cannot actually be in line with a scene that reveals the double standards adopted and also the violation of all the international norms and laws, the conventions, and also in consideration of the international laws and norms and also the resolutions in this context. Actually, Kuwait, more than once, reiterated that this tragedy is a result of the international community being blackout and falling short of having a lasting comprehensive peace for this cause. Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, we call upon the international community, especially the Security Council, to assume its responsibility to stop all the military hostilities and operations, and also to provide the international protection for the Palestinian people. To safeguard the delivery of urgent humanitarian aid and also to stop the enforced displacement for the Palestinian people. Also, we have to welcome that the General Assembly resolution calling for a humanitarian pause in Gaza Strip, and actually it reflected the will of the international community and also the reaction of the international community towards this aggression that are committed and perpetrated by Israel. In conclusion, Kuwait reiterates and confirms that the first step to have lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East actually is to solve the Palestinian cause in a fair and lasting way, once and for all, according to the international resolution, relevant international resolution, also based on the Arab Peace Initiative. Also, we have to declare that the Palestinian cause will be always the core of the crux and in the forefront of all the political interests and by the Kuwaiti government in terms of the external world. And also we have to stick fast to our stance in support of the Palestinian people to have all the legitimate rights and especially the establishment of its independent state in the 1967 borders with its Quds in Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you for listening. We thank the Crown Prince of Kuwait for his speech, and now the floor is given to the President of Djibouti to deliver his speech.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, praise and thanks are due to Allah alone. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, who says, who never cares about Muslims community is not one of them. You're the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, the King of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince, Prime Minister in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of IOIC, the Excellency, Secretary General of Arab League, peace be upon you all. At the outset, I express my deep appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the chair of the current session for its kind invitation to convene this summit in this critical times in which the Palestinian people experience to ethnic cleansing and genocide amount to war crime, full-fledged war crime. In this regard, we address the conscious and reiterate our call to immediate ceasefire for the atrocities, barbaric atrocities against defenseless and armless Palestinian people, and to lift the seed imposed on the cliff, and to ensure the immediate delivery of humanitarian aid. And we categorically reject the aggression against the Palestinian people of the collective banishment and deliberate destruction of the infrastructure and the forced displacement and starvation, which goes against international norms and laws and the international humanitarian principles. Your Majesties, the steadfast Gaza with the 2 billion 5 is hostage to this occupation, which forced them to leave their homes and drive their life, their destiny and fate into unknown, depriving them of the basic necessities like food, telecommunication, energy, and fuel. For the precarious situation, it requires from us to have immediate response from the international community and to exert its avenue and its efforts to face this situation. And we have a historical and remarkable responsibility as Muslim community, Islamic community, and Arab states to rescue and to help our brothers in Gaza by all means. The international order failed to implement the principles of peace, security, justice, and Palestine is a living testimony for that. The humanitarian catastrophe puts the international world and community at a test for holding and assuming the responsibility to force Israel to put an end to the aggression and the atrocities, and to fully comply with the IHL and the United Nations resolution in this regard. Bearing in mind such case, we should show our full commitment and firm belief to defend the Palestinian cause, and it's incumbent upon us to take swift and bold actions, unified actions to seize fire and to shoulder our responsibility to protect the civilian people and to defend their life, their rights in life, and to extend a hand to them. We should shoulder and join together with the free people to save this people against which atrocities, massacres are committed and perpetrated against them. and we need to be fully resolved to face the liquidation of this cause and to revive the peace solution on the principles of two-state solutions, and it's the high time that the international community should fully convince that no prosperity or peace in this region without the respect of the rights of all, and no sustainability wouldn't be achieved without giving the rights and legitimate rights of self-determination and to live in independent states on that territory in peace and security and dignity as likewise the other people of the world. I wish the best of success, the best of luck for your summit, and peace be upon you all.
We thank His Excellency, the President of Djibouti. And now I give the floor to President Azali Osmani, the President of the Union of the Comores, to deliver his speech. The campaigns, His Excellency, the Arab League Secretary General, Excellencies, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
heads of delegates, welcome, peace be upon you all. Allow me to thank you very much and to thank His Majesty the Custodian of the two Holy Mosques and all Saudi entities for inviting us to this summit and all of the actions that were taken to be here in this extraordinary summit. That calls upon us to respond to the plight of the Palestinian people because of the brutality that they are under in Gaza. We all know that for the last 15 years, Gaza have lived in a small plot of land under brutality and harsh conditions. And most of them are children and women. And the escalation of this violence in the last 2 weeks has resulted in millions of children and women being killed. And many of them are under the rubble due to the leveling of houses, infrastructure, and homes. And more than a million Gazans have been forcefully displaced from their homes due to the heinous acts of the occupier. We, as the international community, need to force Israel and hold it accountable for its disregard and flagrant violation of international law, and call upon the international community and organizations to perform their duties. And we cannot allow Israel to destroy and cause all of this death and to bombard hospitals and to prevent children from receiving their basic needs. So we call up for humanitarian aid because we all believe that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict must not continue. 75 years is enough. A Palestinian state with East al-Quds as its capital, and with the borders of 1967, will be the end of the occupation. Then we must work, ladies and gentlemen, to work for human dignity, regardless of what people might believe. We all have the same love and rights. We all have human rights. And as you know, as they are taught in schools, the global sees Gazans and their plight. We see children crying. We hear their cries via the media. We in this hall, in this hall we have many leaders, many global leaders, and we must call upon the broader international community to stop these genocides and this ethnocide. In the name of the children of Gaza and in the name of our humanity, we must know that actions speak louder than words, and we must stop these heinous crimes in order to achieve peace and prosperity in our countries and around the world. Thank you, one and all.
Well, I thank President Osman Ghazali. Now, I give the floor to the President of Tajikistan to deliver his speech.
In the name of Allah, Your Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegations, Excellencies, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation,
Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, we consider the initiative taken at the Holy Mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, as extraordinary.
The Islamic Summit to convene an extraordinary summit of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to discuss the situation in the Gaza, timely and important. The crisis situation in this part of Palestine, which has been going on for more than a month, has caused a huge loss of life, injuries and destruction of vital infrastructure, and the region has deeply worried our countries and the international community. Tajikistan strongly condemns the attack on civilian facilities in Gaza, which led to the death of thousands of civilians, including women and children, caused injuries of a large number of people and destruction of vital infrastructure. Today's situation once again proves the fact that there is no military solution to the Palestinian issue. Since the beginning of the last conflict, our country has called upon the parties to put out the violence and to sit down around the negotiating table to stabilize the situation. From our point of view, a genuine and enduring solution to the Palestinian issue, ensuring fair, lasting and long-term peace, is possible only by an implementation of decisions and resolutions of the United Nations on the establishment of the independent state of Palestine. Tajikistan unwaveringly supports the establishment of the State of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital based on the borders of 1967. This is the way through which the Palestinian people can exercise their true national rights and an independence subject to the international community based on the generally accepted principles of international relations. We all know that on November 29, 1947, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution number 181 on the establishment of the two independent state in Palestine. But so far, the dream of the Palestinian people to establish their own state did not come true. Given the situation, our countries and the international community should make efforts to implement the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly and the United Nations Security Council. In this context, it is important to provide the international protection of the Palestinian people and support efforts to resume the multilateral political dialogue process to achieve an enduring solution to the problem that people are facing. Currently, more than 2 million people in the Gaza desperately suffer from a lack of food, electricity, medicine, and other basic living necessities as they remain under conflict siege. They expect the international community takes decisive and bold actions to end their tragedy and suffering. While the conflict and rupture in this region of the Middle East is intensified, relevant and interested parties are still failed to demonstrate serious and effective actions to stabilize the situation. Moreover, some parties choose to remain silent and ignore the human tragedy that continues today in the Gaza. The OIC, in cooperation with international organizations and stakeholders, needs to take bold steps and to seize the conflict as soon as possible and prevent conflicts and tensions in this region. At the current milestone, it is necessary for the member states of the organization to take practical measures on the basis of the targeted humanitarian plan of action to provide needed and urgent assistance to the Palestinian people. The individual crisis and serious threats and hostile actions that are taking place in the Islamic world today urge us all to unity, solidarity and consolidation more than ever before. Today we witness that these factors seriously undermine the stability of different regions of the Islamic world and cause long-term negative economic and social consequences. Millions of people have been forcibly displaced and fled their homes in search of peaceful and better life. Such a sensitive situation makes us all obliged to consistently implement effective measures to ensure the economic and social development of the Muslim Ummah, who has the moral right to live in dignity. I've used different treatments and platforms of the organization in the past and highlighted the need to establish a special investment and development fund for financial and social support of the countries of the Islamic world. And I would like to reiterate that developed economies of the Islamic world, which have eminent experience, tremendous financial potential, and possess abundant investment opportunities, could play an effective and key role. Tajikistan has experienced a devastating internal proxy war in its modern history, supports peace-building actions and peaceful solutions to all kinds of tensions and conflicts worldwide. Distinguished gathering, participants of the summit, we once again call upon the international community, particularly calling on the United Nations Security Council, to strictly monitor the implementation of legal obligations to rightly protect the international law and order and relations to the Palestinian people and Palestine. And I finally wish to express a hope that the outcomes of today's summit will remarkably contribute to the launch of the peaceful negotiation process and help to explore the solution of the Palestinian issue. Tajikistan stands always ready and committed to contribute to this process of peace as much as possible. I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, the President of Tajikistan. Now I invite and give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Arab Republic of Syria, Riyadh, to deliver his speech.
Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the head of state. Gaza wasn't a cause, Palestine is a cause, and Gaza is embodiment and expression for the suffering of its people, and to talk about Gaza individually will make the compass lost. It's part of a whole, and the final aggression on Gaza is only an event in a long context. Last back to 75 years of Zionist crimes, with 32 years of failure of peace. Its own result that cannot be criticized is that the entity increased his aggressions, and the Palestinian situation were more miserable, and there is no right has been restored in Palestine nor Golan. So this case has a political equation with one result that more of Arab tolerance with them means that more aggression by the Zionist regime and more Zionist crimes. And in the shade of this clear equation, we cannot search on the aggression of Gaza isolated for the context of Zionist crimes for the Palestinians in the past, and to continue this context in the shadow of this equation, we cannot isolate the continuous crimes on how we handle as Arab states and Islamic states with the repetitive occurrence partially of the Palestinian cause, and to continue with to deal with aggression on Gaza with the same methodology, which means to pave the way by our side to continue the massacres until the cause is dead. So what is urgent in our summit today is not the aggression and not the killing. Both of them is continued, and both of them are a characteristic of this entity. But what is urgent is the Zionism prevailing themselves on their barbarian acts with its unprecedented acts in political and humanitarian matters. If we put aside our regional security in our region, and in humanitarian, of course, we held responsibility on restore the requirement of living at the minimum level through the immediate relief or the destruction of infrastructure later. But should we continue in this circle continuous circle of killing and then relief and then aggression resulted in declarations? And the most important question is what Palestinians need from us. Do they need the humanitarian relief first, or do they need the protection first of what is upcoming of genocide? So here lays our role, and here lays our political work. So if we don't have real tool for control, then no step will be useful, or a speech. There is no use of any speech we deliver, and the minimum level we have is the actual political level. Not in terms of declarations, and the first one is to stop any political path with the Zionist regime, with all the economic ties and others, to be the restoring of these ties stipulated in the immediate and permanent termination in the right of all Palestinians, with the allowance for the accession of the immediate relief in Gaza, and also to talk about the two countries and the initiative, peace, and other rights and other details, although it is important, but it's not the priority in this urgent moment, with knowing that talking about this will not benefit because there is no existence of a partner or a reference or a law, and because we can restore a right, and the criminal is the judge and the thief is a referee. So this is the status of the West today, with our will only, and only our will, away from our demands for the international organization and the Western world to hold accountable and hold its responsibilities. They only have a colonial responsibility that able to oppress people only with our will and with the public opinion in our state, with what has been imposed by the brave Palestinian resistance in our country. We owned these tools. So let's take advantage of the international transfer that opened the political doors that had been closed for decades to change the equations and also to the precious lives and Palestinian is a prize to achieve what we couldn't achieve before and what we have accomplished in the present and in the future, and peace be upon you all.
We thank for the State President Bashar Assad for speech, and now I give the floor to the President of Iraq, Abdullah bin Rashid, to deliver his speech. Being God the most gracious, most merciful, made by the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, the Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, His Excellency the Arab League Secretary General, His Excellency the OIC Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. Well, while I'm starting this speech, I would like to extend my deepest thanks and gratitude to the custodian of the Mosque, Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and all to the Saudi people for hosting this Arab-Islamic summit that is held, let's say, comes in the context of the Israeli aggression against Palestinians to bury the Palestinian cause and also to come at the expense of the Palestinian aspirations. We reiterate our full support to achieve the aspirations and ambitions of the Palestinian people to reach and establish a Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. Well, Iraq actually rejects the policy of collective punishment committed and perpetrated by the occupier against the Palestinians. Also, we condemn the flagrant violations of the international humanitarian laws, especially the crimes of targeting civilians in residential areas, facilities, hospitals, that resulted in the taking the lives of thousands of casualties, most of them children and women. Well, from here, we call upon having a practical framework that actually to save the Palestinian people from these massacres in the following points. First, to call upon the international community to move seriously to stop these consistent hideous violations of Israeli aggressions in targeting facilities with the complete ceasefire of their hostilities. Next, that to move seriously to safeguard and to ensure the humanitarian aids and conveys to get into Palestinian territories without any restrictions. Three, is to confirm that the cutting off communications from Gaza Strip aims to exclude more than 10 million people and to give room for the war crimes against them away from the eye and the international community. In addition to impeding and hindering the international organizations, especially the UNRWA works in Gaza Strip. Well, number four, what is illegally perpetrated by the occupier, the military occupier, is just an embodiment of the erasure and policy of enforcing displacement of people and the expansion of settlements in the occupied territories. What is done by and made by the atrocities made by Israel is just a criminal attempt to displace Palestinians from their lands, and actually it is miserable, and we categorically reject this policy. We are reiterating the rights of Palestinians to their return to the homeland. Your Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses,
Well, Iraq that supported all the time the Palestinian cause, we consider the Palestinian cause as its main crux as to establish. We are following very carefully to the humanitarian plight inflicted on the Palestinians, with, let's say, under complete silence of the international community, which actually leads to more tensions and also the stalemate and deadlock in the Middle East and this region, and without reaching a lasting solution. We reiterate our steadfast stance in supporting the Palestinian rights, in confronting these conflicts. We categorically support the Palestinian people in achieving their ambition, their aspirations, in establishing the independent state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital, according to the international legitimacy. And thank you for your listening. We thank the Iraqi President for his speech. Now I give the floor to President of the Libyan Transitional Council to deliver his speech.
Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Presidents of Arab and Muslim states, Your Excellency, Secretary General of Arab League, Your Excellency, Secretary General of OIC. To meet today at Joint Summit is a historical decision, embodies our common resolve to translate words into action, to protect our holy sites. This should be reflected in our resolutions and stances identified and determined by this joint summit. We should be fully aware that OIC was established for the Palestinian cause to protect the holy sites in Palestine in the light of the crime committed against Masjid al-Aqsa, which is still subject to excavation to undermine the foundation of this holy mosque. And we are fully committed to stand by and to defend such edifice. We are fully responsible never to tolerate the occupied forces to go with its atrocities and the crimes without impunity. We have mentioned as such in our statements today. We should translate our will and our commitment into actions, bold actions to be implemented, not for a plea and for a statement. Enough is enough. The credibility of the international community, institutions and organizations, and what they can do for a people subject to deprive them of their rights, starvation, ethnic cleansing, and by using all means, this is fly in the face of that legitimacy, and we ask about the credibility about this international community when some countries support these atrocities against the Palestinian people. The root cause of our summit today, because of the practices of the Israeli forces in Palestine, because of such atrocities against our Palestinian people, which forced the Palestinian people to be displaced or to be under yoke of occupation and we should exert our efforts to protect the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, despite the unjustified support of these genocides and massacres. Despite this cause is just, it's our duty to express our gratitude and commend the efforts of the African countries and for their people supporting this noble cause and our causes, and to a number of Latin American countries, and to the people who took to the street refusing and outcrying such systematic devastation against the Palestinian people. The humanity was embodied in the masses from all faiths, including Jewish, and this is refute the propaganda of the occupied forces. And we would like to express our deep thanks to China, Russia, and France for supporting the Arab resolution adopted by United Nations. And we invite you to move from words into action with an action plan, immediate action plan, to formate a joint committee of the Arab and Islamic Summit to visit the region circle capitals and to join forces with the free people of the world and the friendly ties and joint action at the level of the United Nations and other international organizations, just to mobilize the efforts to support our causes and to put an end to the current atrocities, and to submit a resolution to the Security Council with the consensus of the Arab and Muslim countries that lay emphasis on the just comprehensive peace, and to put an end to the onslaught against the Palestinian people, and to propose a draft resolution, and as being the chairman of the Arab groups in New York to mobilize such efforts. And I would like to remind you of the success of issuing a resolution 160 to cease using prohibited weapons when my country was the chairman of the Security Council, to exercise the pressures to cease fire and to create a safe passage for humanitarian aid. I express my deep thanks for you, Crown Prince, and the custodian of the two holy mosques, and the government of Saudi Arabia for such remarkable efforts and historic efforts which helped us to come together and praying for Allah to rise up to the challenge that we are facing right now.
Thank you, His Excellency, Chairman of the Libyan Presidential Council. And now I give the floor to the President of the Mauritanian President to get the floor. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful.
His Royal Highness, Crown Prince, Prime Minister, Majesty, Custodian of the Mosque, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, heads of state, delegations, head of the OIC, His Excellency, the head of the Arab League, Your Excellencies, representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by expressing my thanks to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the head of the Arab League and the Summit, and the head of the OIC, in addition to the Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for their initiative and their generosity in hosting this extraordinary summit in these trying times. Your Highnesses, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, we cannot consider what is happening to the Palestinian people today in Gaza as anything other than a methodical genocide that is being conducted in front of the eyes of the international community. And what we see from destruction and thousands of deaths and tens of thousands of displaced people, to include children, women, and elderly that have no way to flee the bombing other than to starve in other places. This is a crime against humanity. Where are the human rights and the sanctity of human rights? Where is the dignity of human rights? Where is international law? And if the international community cannot intervene in the proper way to stop the combat and to allow for aid, fuel, water, and medical supplies to enter, where is the human values? Or do these values vary in importance based on ethnicity? Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, the place of the Palestinian cause is partially due because, number one, they have been unjustly treated, and in addition to that, the holy sites. Palestine is the first of the holy sites and the third holy site today, and has a historic importance. And there are legal UN resolutions regarding the sovereignty of that nation. And we have an important to look at the first of the Islamic League, the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, to see that the Palestinian people have the right for self-determination and to have a sovereign, independent nation. And we have a duty towards the history of the Palestinian people and their state. The lack of efforts from the international community to perform what is necessary in the face of these crimes and to impose a stop to the conflict and to allow for necessary humanitarian aid to enter in the proper quantities waters down their credibility and will reduce the trust and it will erode the trust in their impartiality and makes them partial to this, makes them impartial to this conflict. We need to do everything to reduce the plight of the Palestinians, and the international community must be held responsible, and we must pressure the international community to make the Israeli government stop the siege and the combat. There must be an independent Palestinian state as per the legal resolutions. And in this context, we must work together to make sure that everybody has a full understanding that there is no other solution. And I pray for the Saudi martyr, for the Palestinian martyrs, and I hope that their injured will be healed quickly. And we hope to see the outcomes of this summit, and that the outcomes of the summit will have effective actions to support the humanitarian aid into Gaza and to reach a ceasefire. And I hope that we are all unified in coordinating regarding everything to our central cause, because of the Palestinian occupation. Thank you.
Thank the President for his speech. Now I give the floor to the President of Kyrgyzstan to deliver his speech.
Your Excellencies, dear heads of state, dear Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to see you all today in the extraordinary summit of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. I would like to express a sincere gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, the King of Saudi Arabia, His Majesty Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince and Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for the traditional warm hospitality and excellent preparation of the event. Today's emergency meeting of the summit is being held in connection with the tragic events in Palestine. The Kyrgyz people share the grief of the families who have lost their loved ones in the course of this conflict, and all Palestinian people who have suffered enormous losses and hardship as a result of the escalation of violence. Every loss of life is a huge tragedy. From our side, the Kyrgyz Republic is ready to provide humanitarian assistance to alleviate the suffering of civilians in the Gaza Strip. Dear heads of delegations, we consider it our common duty to support our Palestinian brothers and sisters in ending external aggressions and the killing of the innocent people, as well as providing humanitarian assistance. The military actions in the Gaza Strip has led to numerous casualties and suffering for the Palestinian people and an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. We believe that the murder of innocent civilians, including children and women, is unacceptable and should be widely condemned by the international community. Indiscriminate attacks on civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and homes are not only a violation of international humanitarian law, but also a serious violation of human rights. Dear colleagues, Kyrgyzstan recognizes the legitimate right of the Palestinian people to independence and the creation of a sovereign state. We believe that the only proper solution that meets the interests and aspirations of the Palestinians is the implementation of the relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly of the United Nations. In this regard, we call on the Security Council and the General Assembly of the United Nations on behalf of the international community to take effective and decisive measures to end the violence in the Gaza Strip and resolve the security crisis in Gaza. At the same time, it is imperative that our Islamic Ummah convinces the international community to take a unified and consolidated position against this aggression and intensify international efforts to bring the conflicting parties to dialogue. It is essential that parties to conflict prioritize the protection of civilian lives and respect the universal rules of the international humanitarian law as enshrined in the founding documents of the United Nations. The principles of justice, equality, and respect for human rights must guide our efforts to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. dear heads of delegations. We all firmly believe that peace is not an abstract concept, but a reality and a dialogue, understanding and respect for international law. The Kyrgyz Republic remains committed to supporting all efforts aimed at achieving a just and sustainable peace throughout the Middle East. Only then will the parties to the conflict be able to live side by side in peace and security, where justice and prosperity prevail. Thank you very much for your attention.
Majesty's Highnesses, Excellencies, now we have 20 minutes break, lunch break, in same place, so don't go.
Be the first to know. The news.
Salman, the head of the Arab League, the head of the OIC, Your Excellencies, please allow me to express my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for, under the patronage of His Majesty the Custodian of the Mosques and the leadership of him and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed Salman for hosting this summit and their stance regarding protecting the Ummah and its security. Excellencies, Your Highnesses, the facts are clear that have shaken our region, that Palestine was, is, and is the heart of the Islamic world and is a core element in its security. And we can see that in those embodies in the actions of the Islamic nation and the summit, the Arab countries and Islamic countries support Palestine to have a self-determination sovereignty. And we believe as per the National UN resolutions and the Arab peace initiative that Palestine should have a sovereign state. And therefore, the stances for all the nations are to resist the occupation and the global response to this occupation, as we see here in the summit, we have the same clear message, which underscores the just cause of the Palestinian people and of the PLO and President Mahmoud Abbas as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and to enhance the multilateral efforts for an immediate cessation of the Israeli military operations and to allow the besieged Palestinian people to receive the aid they need. Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, what's happening in Palestine today is the result of is the only result to expect when the people with power and authority ignore their duties. And this occupation has imposed a change. And when the International Community fails to rise to their human values and to solve issues, and at the head of these issues is the Palestinian issue, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Majesties, the Israeli occupation needs to know that that self-determination is the future of the Palestinian people, and they have to understand very clearly that we all stand by this just cause, and we stand by the no's of the Islamic and Arab community, no to forgetting the Palestinian cause, no to the forceful displacement of the Palestinians, no, and we will not compromise with the Palestinian values. We need to work with the international community and those peoples that love peace in line with the international resolutions, and not to support half solutions. And we need to make sure that we fix the root cause of the violence to ensure peace and prosperity for the region. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the best way to support the Palestinian people requires us to have one word and to be unified, and to remove the conflicts between us and the armed conflicts. So on our side, in the head of we call on the Houthis to stand by their word and to end their sieges on cities, and to stop violating human international laws and target civilians with drones and mortars, and to adhere to the roadmap assigned by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, proposed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to revitalize the peace movement that maintains Yemen's place and sovereignty and returns it to its rightful place within the Islamic and Arab nations, and to support the Arab issues, and at the head of these issues, the Palestinian issue, and to support peace and stability in the region and the world. Peace be upon you all.
Thank Dr. Rashad Al-Alami for his speech. Now the floor is given to Hassan Sheikh, the President of Somalia, to deliver his speech. Beloved, most gracious, merciful, and peace be and blessing on Prophet Muhammad.
Excellency Ahmed Abul Ghais, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, I am honored to participate in this extraordinary summit regarding Gaza, which is being held under the severe circumstances that Palestinian civilians and children are experiencing in Gaza as we speak right now. I would like also to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the generous hospitality and warm welcome accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival. Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening in Gaza contradicts all the norms, laws, and human values, and threatens the security and the safety of the region as a whole. Today, the world and us, we cannot be silent on the ongoing destruction of Gaza. Today, the world and our peoples are watching us and are expecting us to stop the killing of the Palestinian children. This requires a unified stance from us towards achieving first and foremost an immediate ceasefire and ensuring the delivery of humanitarian aid as soon as possible, as well as the release of all hostages. All of this should be accompanied by a just resolution to the Palestinian issue or cause based on the establishment of Palestinian state within the borders of June 1967, Jerusalem as its capital. This is the only guarantee for the region to transition into a new era characterized by security, stability, and cooperation for the benefit of all. Today, in the 21st century, political ends cannot be achieved with violence, and violence has no place in the democratic world of today. We all have to persist and pursue to safeguard the dignity and the existence of the Palestinian people, let alone the Palestinian kids. This is the reality of today, and we all have to address seriously the matter. Say again, the world is watching us this August forum. I would like to thank you all. Thank you very much.
أشكر فخامة الدكتور حسن شيخ محمود على كلمته، والآن ندعو فخامة رئيس جمهورية سيراليون جوليوس مادا بيو لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
Your Royal Majesty, custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I wish to register my delegation's profound appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as chair of the Islamic Summit and Executive Committee for its initiative in convening this very important and timely extraordinary Islamic Summit in order to discuss the situation in Gaza. Indeed, it is disheartening that the humanitarian situation is growing increasingly dire by the day in light of the horrific loss of life and human suffering that is going on in the Gaza. I roundly condemn the escalation of military situation in Gaza and its environment as well, and the deteriorating conditions that endanger the lives of civilians and the overall security and stability of the region. Your Excellencies, the blockade of medical, relief supplies and basic necessities to Gaza Strip is collective punishment that is a flagrant violation of international and humanitarian law. One cannot emphasize enough the gravity of the unfortunate reality, especially the killing and wounding of thousands of civilians, the inhumane water and power outages, destruction of residential buildings, hospitals, schools, and places of worship. Your Excellencies, the magnitude and urgency of this humanitarian situation requires an immediate, multifaceted, and focused response. To that end, every effort must be made to facilitate the establishment of humanitarian corridors to provide essential aid to the Gaza Strip. In the same vein, we need to urge the international community to urgently take effective measures to adapt this unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. Let me reaffirm that during my tenure in the United Nations Security Council, I shall uphold the tenets of multilateralism as embodied in the Charter of the United Nations, in particular international cooperation, to address the numerous challenges that confront us, including natural disasters and pandemics, as well as providing support to collective engagement in the prevention of conflicts and advancing durable solutions to peaceful settlement of conflicts and disputes through effective multilateral actions. Sierra Leone, as coordinator of the Council of 10 countries on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, continues to play its usual admirable role in providing world peace and stability. Let me end my intervention by stressing that as member states, we need to act, we need to reflect, and we need to put forth solutions to how we can address the cycle of violence and indiscriminate attacks, as well as facilitate humanitarian access and relief. The situation in Gaza is just unacceptable. Thank you.
أشكر فخامة الرئيس على كلمته، والآن أدعو فخامة الجنرال محمد إدريس ديبي أنتو الرئيس الانتقالي في جمهورية تشاد لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
Sa Majesté le roi Salman bin Abdelaziz, serviteur des 200 mosquées, Son Altesse le Prince héritier Mohamed bin Salman, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État, des gouvernements et des délégations, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'Organisation de la coopération islamique, Monsieur le secrétaire général de la Ligue arabe, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers frères et sœurs, je voudrais, à l'entame de mon allocution, implorer la clémence d'Allah le Tout-Puissant pour la Oumma islamique tout entière qui traverse aujourd'hui une épreuve sans précédent découlant de la gravissime situation qui prévaut en Palestine. Je voudrais également saluer le leadership du Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite, président en exercice du sommet islamique, pour avoir demandé et organisé ce sommet extraordinaire qui intervient en réponse au grave développement que connaît la question de la Palestine. De même, je voudrais remercier le Royaume pour avoir regroupé le sommet de la Ligue arabe et celui de l'ECI, car le développement de la situation en Palestine est une préoccupation islamique. À cet égard, je tiens à exprimer les infinis remerciements de la délégation tchadienne à son Altesse le Prince héritier Mohamed bin Salman, à son estimé gouvernement et au peuple frère du Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite pour les efforts conjugués dans la parfaite organisation de ce sommet et pour toutes les commodités offertes à la délégation tchadienne. Chers frères et sœurs, la question de la Palestine constitue la cause centrale de la Oumma et la raison première de la création de notre organisation commune, qui est l'Organisation de la coopération islamique, qui se trouve aujourd'hui à la croisée de chemins incertains. Les pays du monde islamique que nous constituons sont appelés aujourd'hui plus que jamais à transcender tous nos différends sur la question palestinienne pour parvenir à une position et une action commune face au massacre des civils palestiniens par l'État d'Israël. Nos ressources et nos efforts mutualisés face à la déclaration de la situation humanitaire du fait des crimes de guerre et des massacres sanglants commis par l'occupation israélienne contre le peuple palestinien dans tout ce territoire occupé et tout particulièrement dans la bande de Gaza qui saigne à blanc. Nous devons agir dans une dynamique d'union sacrée et de synergie constante. Nous devons aussi être justes avec nous-mêmes et avec les autres. Notre religion, nos valeurs humaines et culturelles rejettent l'escalade, la haine, l'intolérance, la violence, l'agression, la prise d'otage, l'extrémisme, le terrorisme sous toutes leurs formes. Nous devons donc avoir le courage de condamner et de rejeter de la manière la plus catégorique possible l'agression de Hamas du 7 octobre ayant fait des victimes civiles innocentes et qui donne aujourd'hui à Israël un prétexte précieux et un alibi fort de légitime de défense pour justifier sa réaction démesurée qui se manifeste par une punition collective, brute, aveugle et abusive contre tout un peuple. Le Tchad s'inscrit pleinement dans la logique de toute dynamique d'une action juste, réfléchie, commune et concertée de la Oumma pour soutenir la Palestine et appelle à plus d'action et de solidarité à l'intérieur du monde islamique pour faire face à l'ensemble des défis auxquels font face le peuple musulman. Chers frères et sœurs, je voudrais à présent relever la nécessité absolue pour nos États d'accroître significativement la coopération intra-islamique. Notre espace islamique compte de nombreux pays riches, industrialisés et développés, mais aussi un certain nombre de pays en voie de développement qui regorgent de potentialités économiques énormes et variées. Notre religion commune nous appelle expressément à coopérer entre nous dans tout ce qui relève du bien. Les défis mondiaux et multidimensionnels auxquels nous faisons face nous imposent une coopération accrue et constante. Les potentialités économiques dont disposent nos États doivent être exploitées dans un esprit d'intérêt mutuel de la Oumma. Notre force est dans notre union, certes, mais aussi dans notre coopération agissante, et il est temps que la Oumma soit plus unie, plus solidaire et plus agissante dans le sens du progrès de l'ensemble de ces pays. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers frères et sœurs, nous devons reconnaître que ce qui se passe à Gaza n'est que le symptôme d'un mal plus profondément ancré. Il est plus que temps pour la Oumma islamique d'œuvrer sans relâche pour une solution durable et définitive afin que le peuple palestinien vive en paix dans un État souverain qui lui est propre, à côté de ses voisins, notamment Israël, conformément aux dispositions internationales pertinentes. Le temps de la décision est venu. Des décisions doivent être prises. la communauté internationale, notamment les Nations Unies et les grandes puissances, ne doivent pas occulter cette réalité. Elles doivent passer à l'action pour ce qui peut être encore l'être et cesser de faire le 2 poids, 2 mesures. La déclaration que nous allons adopter doit être le début des actions concrètes qui conduisent à une sortie de crise. Elle ne doit être une de trop et une autre sans effet. Face à cette crise palestinienne, la Oumma islamique doit défendre une position commune et se passer de positions solitaires qui ne font qu'affaiblir la Oumma. Prenons des engagements forts, objectifs et réalisables, car le Moyen-Orient a besoin de paix. Le monde a besoin de paix et les Palestiniens ont besoin de leur État. Nous devons exiger tous ensemble un cessez-le-feu immédiat et le retrait sans délai de tout Israélien de Gaza, ce qui marquera le premier pas vers la réalisation de nos engagements en tant que leader et dirigeant des États membres de l'OCI, car nous sommes face à nos responsabilités devant Dieu, devant la Oumma et devant l'histoire. Que Dieu vous bénisse, que Dieu bénisse la Oumma islamique. Je vous remercie.
أشكر فخامة الجنرال محمد الدريسي على كلمته. والآن أدعو دولة السيد أنور إبراهيم رئيس وزراء ماليزيا لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
الحمد لله نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم. Your Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. There are moments in history that shake us to our core and challenge our collective conscience. Moments that compel us to ask if our humanity still flickers, if we have the courage and wisdom to act. Such a moment has come with an ongoing Israeli onslaught on Palestine. Such a moment is now. I therefore applaud the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to convene this extraordinary Arab-Islamic summit and the condemnation of the colonization and atrocities of Israel in Gaza and the West Bank. For over a month, the besieged people of Gaza have been subjected to the barbaric cruelties and genocide by Israeli forces, indiscriminately targeting men, women, and children alike. Neither homes, hospitals, nor religious sanctuaries, Muslims or Christians, are safe from Israel's indiscriminate attack. This continuation of the politics of dispossession of the Palestinians is not taking place in the dead of the night. It is perpetrated in full view of the world in a flagrant breach of international law. The political class of Western nations exhibit a selective myopia towards the turmoil in Palestine. Yet, we salute the collective conscience and the awakening of the people. A sea of change in awareness has taken root, as shown in mass demonstrations in unprecedented proportion throughout the world, including the Western world, in support of Palestine. Ironically, in these capitals that herald free speech and human rights as a sacrosanct right, some authorities have denounced proponents of the Palestinian cause, maligning them as purveyors of hate speech and supporters of terrorism. This is perverse double standards writ large. In this pivotal moment, our collective voice, Arabs, Muslims, and those who aspire to defend freedom of all people, irrespective of race or creed. We stand to get stronger and we champion a shared purpose. Believe me, the Ummah and the international community expects from this conference tangible results and concrete actions. Excellencies, with due humility, I call upon each of us to strategically employ our diplomatic channels and networks in every dialogue and on every stage, be it bilateral or multilateral, regional or international. Let us consistently and assertively call for the following in a concerted diplomatic campaign. Institute an immediate ceasefire, increase and expedite humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, halt all Israeli settlement activity and settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, immediately cease the forced displacement of civilians, investigate and prosecute all breaches of international law, including war crimes, through international judicial institutions. Support the Arab Peace Initiative and facilitate negotiations with reputable mediators to advance the two-state solution. With the recognition of an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, and combat the global rise of Islamophobia while safeguarding the right to peaceful expression of support for the Palestinian cause. It is imperative that we unite our voices in chorus so that our message stands a much greater chance of resonating and being heard. In closing, allow me to reaffirm Malaysia's ironclad commitment to the Palestinian cause. Thank you.
أشكر دولة السيد أنور إبراهيم على كلمته، والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيد عزيز أغنوش رئيس الحكومة في مملكة المغرب، والذي يلقي كلمة جلالة الملك محمد السادس ملك المملكة المغربية. فليتفضل.
شكرا. لي الشرف أن ألقي على مسامعكم نص رسالة صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله موجهة لاجتماعكم الموقع. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وآله وصحبه. أخي المبجل خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود، أخي الأعز صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء، أصحاب الجلالة والسمو والفخامة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، معالي الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، معالي الأمين العام لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي. تنعقد هذه القمة الاستثنائية العربية الإسلامية التي دعت إليها المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة في سياق مشحون بالتوتر واستمرار المواجهات المسلحة التي يعرفها قطاع غزة وما تخلفه من آلاف القتلى والجرحى في صفوف المدنيين، ومن تخريب ودمار وحصار شامل في خرق سافر للقوانين الدولية والقيم الإنسانية. فرغم ارتفاع بعض أصوات الحكمة الداعية إلى خفض التصعيد والتهدئة، لا زالت المدافع والصواريخ الإسرائيلية تستهدف المدنيين الغزل من أطفال ونساء وشيوخ، ولم تترك دار عبادة أو مستشفى أو مخيما إلا ودمرته كليا أو جزئيا. لقد دعونا من منطلق التزامنا بالسلام وبصفتنا رئيسا للجنة القدس إلى صحوة الضمير الإنساني لوقف قتل النفس البشرية التي كرمها الله عز
وجل. And since the political solidarity-based reawakening, when one member states, the United Nations voted in favor of the draft Arab resolution submitted. We shall seek to build on that and work together to achieve our respective position. First, being about urgent, tangible de-escalation and stop bloodshed and military attacks to pave the way for permanent, variable ceasefire, and allow for the steady delivery of humanitarian aid in sufficient quantities to the people of Gaza. Pave the way for political settlement of the Palestinian cause, one that can revive the two-state solution agreed by the international community. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, we are facing an unprecedented crisis, which is made even more complex by Israeli tactics and continuing aggression against helpless civilians. And further compounding the crisis is the silence of the international community and the fact that the influential powers are ignoring the humanitarian catastrophe visited upon the people of Gaza. Therefore, we must make sure the future of the region and its people is not left in the hands of those engaging in outbidding tactics. When it comes to the future of the region, there can be no room for those tactics, nor for self-serving agendas. We must also deal with the crucial moment in a manner which is consistent with historical responsibility, including the following self-evident facts. There is no alternative to genuine peace in the region, peace which guarantees the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people on the basis of the two-state solution. There is no alternative to an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. There is no alternative to strengthening the Palestinian Authority under the leadership of my brother, President Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen. And there is no alternative to establishing mechanisms for sustainable regional security based on the respect of international law and the agreed international resolutions. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, resolving this crisis and making sure it doesn't happen again will be achieved only by stopping the aggression against Al-Quds Sharif and ending the provocation that hurt the feelings of more than 1 billion Muslims. For this reason, I have always clearly sought, in my capacity as the chairman of the Quds Committee, to draw attention to the seriousness of these Israeli practices and provocations and the dire consequences they have for security and stability in the entire region. In parallel, we have been working on the ground through the Quds Sharif agency to protect the holy city and preserve the historical and legal status as well as the holy and religious sites therein. As indicated in Jerusalem Code, which I signed with the Highness Pope Francis, it's the duty of everyone to preserve the holy city of Jerusalem as a shared heritage for humankind, and above all, as a symbol of values and mutual respect. And whoever thinks that the logic of force can change the reality, and this deeply rooted identity is wrong. As a chairman of the Quds Committee, I shall always rise against such attempts. In coordination with my brother, His Majesty King Abdullah II, the custodian of the two Islamic and Christian holy places in Jerusalem. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, we stand at a turning point. It requires all of us to be resolute and responsible in order to stop the Israeli attacks and make the logic, reason, and wisdom prevail so as to achieve a just and lasting peace in that part of the world for the sake of security, stability for all people in the region, and the peace be upon you all.
Thank you. Excellency Aziz, officially the head of the local government, how I am involved, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan to deliver his speech.
His Excellency Hussain Brahim Taha, Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I extend my deep appreciation to the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, for convening this important meeting. I also thank the OIC Secretary General and his team for excellent preparations. Excellencies, 70 years ago, the framers of the UN Charter had pledged to save the succeeding generation from the scourge of war. Unfortunately, we are being made to witness an agonizing descent into another war in Gaza. What's worse, this war is genocide. Our hearts bleed at the distressing image of slain women and children, threatened apartment blocks, bombed hospitals and schools, destroyed refugee camps, slaughtered UN officials and blazing ambulances. Israel has turned Gaza into a living hell. Israel's insistent flouting of international law with impunity has few parallels in history. I condemn these atrocities in the strongest terms. We deeply regret the loss of human lives, including innocent civilians, women, children, and the vulnerable. Let us be clear, international law prohibits infliction of death and destruction on innocent civilians. This massacre must stop. I also appeal to the conscience of all the world leaders to play their due role in ensuring immediate ceasefire and rapid, full-scale, and unhindered humanitarian assistance to Gaza. I deeply commend the hectic diplomatic efforts undertaken by Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and other regional countries to bring the escalating situation under control. The greatest onus is on the UN Security Council members to rise above their differences and urgently perform their primary responsibility of maintaining peace and security. Human lives cannot be sacrificed at the altar of technicalities and expediencies. We appreciate the efforts of the UN Secretary General and his calls for restraint and urgent humanitarian action. We also appeal to the international media to objectively cover the ongoing carnage in Gaza. Dear brothers and sisters, Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories lies at the heart of the current crisis situation, configuration which poses the risk of engulfing the entire region. The UN independent human rights experts have last month issued a public warning about the imminent risk of genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people at the hands of the occupying power. Injustice and brutal suppression of people are seeds of future wars, violence, and conflict. Without the early realization of the two-state solution, we will continue experiencing similar cycles of violence, which will only magnify in scale. I have no doubt that the only permanent solution to the current situation lies in the creation of a secure, viable, contiguous, and sovereign state of Palestine on the basis of the pre-June 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. We must all work towards that end with a sense of urgency. Excellencies, people of Gaza urgently need reprieve. I join my brothers and sisters who spoke before me to emphasize the following. Immediate and unconditional ceasefire Israel must be forced to halt its indiscriminate aerial bombardment and ground invasion in compliance with international humanitarian and human rights laws. Immediate lifting of the blockade and rapid and unhindered humanitarian and relief supplies. Israel, as an occupying power, must be reminded of its responsibility to create conditions for urgent delivery of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza. We commend Egypt for facilitating delivery of relief supplies through the Rafah crossing. Pakistan dispatched 2 flights carrying humanitarian supplies on 19th October and 7th November. Strict observance of international humanitarian law must be compelled to ensure safety of schools, hospitals, places of worship, and refugee camps, in accordance with its obligation as an occupying power under international humanitarian law. We should explore the possibility of instituting proceeding at the ICJ under the Genocide Convention, and in the interim request provisional measures. The UN Secretary General should be urged to establish a special commission of inquiry to investigate Israel war crimes and crimes against humanity since 7th October. We should also demand establishing an international mechanism for reparations for the Palestinians. We call for the halt of all illegal settler activity by Israel. We call for a political solution. It is imperative that conditions are created for dialogue between Palestine and Israel to evolve a way forward through the two-state solution. Dear brothers and sisters, we had yet to overcome the shock of COVID, supply chain disruptions, climate change, and war in Ukraine before we stumbled into this crisis. At a time when the teeming billions seek peace for common prosperity, progress, and development, our world cannot afford being pushed to the brink. We pray to Almighty Allah to ease the sufferings of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. I thank you all.
أشكر دولته على كلمته وأعطي الكلمة لفخامة الرئيس ماكي سال رئيس السنغال فليتفضل.
Merci beaucoup, Majesté, serviteur de 200 mosquées, Altesse Royale Mohamed Ben Salman, Prince héritier et président du Conseil des ministres, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'Organisation de coopération islamique, Monsieur le secrétaire général de la Ligue arabe, Mesdames et Messieurs, je remercie notre frère, le serviteur de 200 mosquées, le roi Salman Ben Abdelaziz Al Saoud, président en exercice de notre organisation, pour la convocation de ce sommet extraordinaire sur la grave situation qui prévaut à Gaza. Les morts par milliers, les blessés, les réfugiés, personnes déplacées et en détresse, les destructions massives en disent long sur la tragédie insoutenable qui frappe à nouveau le peuple palestinien. Dès la reprise des hostilités, le Sénégal a réitéré son rejet de la violence sous toutes ses formes et appelé à la retenue et à la désescalade. La guerre est une impasse. Elle ne peut être une solution au conflit israélo-palestinien. Seul un règlement pacifique consacrant l'existence des deux États, conformément aux résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies, apportera une paix juste et durable au peuple palestinien et israélien. En sa qualité de président du Comité des Nations Unies pour l'exercice des droits inaliénables du peuple palestinien, le Sénégal réitère son appel à la désescalade et au respect du droit international humanitaire. j'appelle à la mise en place d'un fonds de solidarité en faveur de la population palestinienne et de la reconstruction de Gaza. De même, il est important que notre sommet demande l'application sans délai de la résolution de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies du 27 octobre dernier, que la majorité écrasante de nos pays ont soutenu pour une trêve humanitaire immédiate et durable et l'accès sans entrave de l'aide dans la bande de Gaza. En outre, nous devons poursuivre nos efforts auprès du Conseil de sécurité pour qu'il œuvre au plus vite à l'arrêt des hostilités afin d'éviter un embrasement de la région. Il est urgent d'agir. Chaque jour qui passe est une tragédie de plus et une menace de plus à la paix et à la sécurité internationale. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
أشكر فخامة الرئيس ماكي سال على كلمته، والآن أعطي الكلمة لفخامة رئيس جامبيا فخامة الرئيس أداما بارو فليتفضل.
Your Majesty, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, custodian of the two holy mosques. Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Honorable and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Gambian delegation, I extend deep appreciation and gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for hosting this 8th extraordinary Islamic summit. Mr. Chairman, the Gambia is committed to finding political and economic solutions in creating a just, peaceful, and better world for all. Therefore, we reiterate our support for our Palestinian brothers and sisters and call for an immediate, unconditional ceasefire to prevent more bloodshed. Mr. Chairman, the Palestinian people have been fighting for their rights for over 75 years. As we speak, there is huge loss of life and injuries to many innocent citizens, including women and children in Palestine. The massive destruction of property is unimaginable. In our view, the best option for a peaceful settlement of this dispute is a comprehensive peace accord based on the two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine existing as two independent sovereign states, side by side in peace, justice, and harmony. We re-echo our call to give peace a chance by demonstrating commitment, solidarity, and cooperation. Mr. Chairman, we call for an urgent international peace conference for a lasting solution to the Palestinian problem. Meanwhile, we appeal to the international community to compel the occupying force to abide by the tenets of the peace process, international law, international humanitarian law, and UN Security Council resolutions. Long live peace, stability, and good neighborliness between Israel and Palestine. I thank you.
أشكر فخامته على كلمته، والآن أدعو دولة الرئيس نجيب ميقاتي رئيس حكومة تصريف الأعمال في الجمهورية اللبنانية لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والسيادة، معالي الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، معالي الأمين العام لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، السلام عليكم وعلى أهل غزة وعلى وقع الدم العربي المتدفق في فلسطين ولبنان من دون رادع وبكاء الأطفال والنساء الثكالى فوق أشلاء الذين استشهدوا من أهلنا. نجتمع اليوم لنؤكد لأنفسنا أولا ولكل العالم تاليا محورية قضية فلسطين أرضا وشعبا وما تختزنه من قيم نؤمن بها جميعا. فأمام صورة المشهد الدامي في قطاع غزة، وأمام مشهد الطفولة التي تنحر هناك مع سبق الإصرار والترصد، وأمام مشهد الاعتداء الإسرائيلي القاتل على الصحفيين والفتيات الثلاث اللاتي استشهدن مع جدتهن بالغدر الإسرائيلي في جنوب لبنان، وأمام مشهد التدمير الممنهج تسقط كل مفردات الإدانة التي أثبتت الأيام أن إسرائيل لا تقيم لها وزنا لا يردعها قانون دولي ولا ضمير إنساني. لذلك في هذه اللحظة التي تجمعنا في بلاد الحرمين الشريفين نحن مدعوون إلى التضامن والعمل المشترك من أجل إنقاذ فلسطين وغزة. كلنا اليوم استوعب الوضع الكارثي، ولكن علينا أن ننتقل إلى مربع القرار، فغزة تستغيثكم فلا تردوها خائبة. صاحب السمو الملكي أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والسيادة، فلسطين قضية عربية أولا وأخيرا، ونكبتها نزلت بعالمنا العربي ومزقت شرقه عن غربه، ومشروع التوسع والتهجير ما زال أساس السياسة الإسرائيلية. لذلك نحن مدعوون لأن نطلق صرخة إنسانية واحدة، لأن وجع فلسطين هو وجعنا، دمها دمنا، مصيرها مصيرنا، فهي مهد السيد المسيح ومسر الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام. فعلينا العمل معا لوقف فوري غير مشروط لإطلاق النار وفتح المعابر وإدخال المساعدات لإخواننا في غزة، وإطلاق مسار سياسي جدي وفعال يدفع باتجاه حل عادل وشامل ودائم لقضيتنا المحورية. ومن أجل التوصل إلى حل للصراع العربي الإسرائيلي يبقى حل الدولتين بمثابة أفضل المسارات للمضي قدما والسعي إلى بناء مستقبل أفضل لنا جميعا على أساس مبادرة السلام العربية التي أطلقت في قمة بيروت عام 2002. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والسيادة، إنما يشهده جنوب لبنان حاليا من أحداث وأنا اعتبرت في العمق صدى للمآسي في قطاع غزة ليست في حقيقتها سوى نتيجة لتفاقم اعتداءات إسرائيل على السيادة الوطنية وخرقها المستمر والمتمادي للقرار الدولي رقم 1901. ولقد بادرت شخصيا منذ اندلاع أحداث غزة إلى إطلاق النداءات العلنية للحفاظ على الهدوء ولضبط النفس على الحدود الجنوبية، وواجهت التحذيرات من تمدد الحرب التدميرية في غزة إلى جنوب لبنان ومنه إلى المنطقة. إخواني، إن خيارنا في لبنان كان ولا يزال هو السلام، وثقافتنا هي ثقافة سلام مبنية على الحق والعدالة وعلى القانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. لكننا شعب ما رضي ولن يرضى بالاعتداءات على سيادته وعلى كرامته الوطنية وسلامة أراضيه وعلى المدنيين من أبنائه وبخاصة الأطفال والنساء. وبالرغم من كل هذا وذاك نجدد اليوم أمامكم التزام لبنان الشرعية الدولية لا سيما قرار 1901، ونشدد على ضرورة الضغط على إسرائيل لتنفيذ كافة مندرجاته وإلزامها بوقف استفزازاتها وعدوانها على وطننا. كنا في لبنان ولا نزال مع فلسطين، ودفعنا وما زلنا ثمن العدوان الإسرائيلي، وما الوهن البادي على بنية دولتنا إلا بسبب وقوعها على هذا الخالق الزلزالي الذي أدى بها إلى الإغال في الفراغ والتفريغ. لكننا تعودنا منكم النجدة وأنتم أهلها، ولستم بحاجة إلى التأكيد على أن جميع اللبنانيين من دون استثناء يقفون إلى جانب غزة وفلسطين، وهم يأملون منكم أن يكون لهم جميع العرب حضنا وحصنا من الانهيار. شكرا لكم.
أشكر دولة الرئيس نجيب مقاتي على كلمته، والآن أدعو معالي السيد مراد نورتو نائب رئيس الوزراء وزير خارجية جمهورية كازاخستان لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
Mr. Chairman, Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished Vice Secretary General and Secretary General of Arab League. Assalamu alaikum. At the outset, I wish to convey the warmest greetings from the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. I also thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this meeting on an issue of utmost importance to the Muslim Ummah, to stop the unprecedented violence that has befallen the Gaza Strip. Mr. Chairman, dear participants, Kazakhstan is a strong advocate of the two states for two nations formula in line with relevant United Nations resolutions, as it is the only way to ensure a peaceful and secure future for the long-suffering Palestinian people. Our country fully supports the legitimate rights of Palestinians to self-determination and the creation of an internationally recognized Palestinian state. Today, in the face of the critical humanitarian situation in Gaza and the high civilian death toll, I would like to emphasize the following points. First, Kazakhstan has stood and continues to stand in solidarity with the OIC member states in urging an immediate end of the brutal hostilities in the Gaza Strip. As we stated many times today, any killings or violence against the human beings has no justification. However, civilians, including far too many children, women, and elderly persons, have become innocent victims of the conflict. Their safety remains our highest priority. I expressed this clear message to the Foreign Minister of Israel during our telephone conversation just yesterday. I also urged for an immediate ceasefire and called on to stop the current bloodshed. Second, Kazakhstan commends the decision of the Arab Republic of Egypt to provide corridors for medical and relief aid to the civilians of Gaza. For its part, our country has donated $1 million just recently for our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and we are planning to deliver additional humanitarian assistance. Third, we are deeply concerned that more than 150 citizens of Kazakhstan, including mostly women and children, now confined in Gaza, are unable to exit via the Rafah crossing. I take this opportunity to urge Egypt and all parties involved to ensure round-the-clock and unconditional evacuation of all civil people, including Kazakh citizens, from the Gaza Strip. We have made arrangements to ensure that these citizens can be immediately repatriated to Kazakhstan as soon as they are permitted to cross Rafah. Lastly, Kazakhstan appeals to all international and humanitarian organizations to intervene in the current extremely difficult situation in Gaza. To this end, we propose to use the existing mechanisms of the Islamic Organization for Food Security to carry out an emergency humanitarian food program for Gazans. OIC member states can draw on this institution to alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe and to restore living conditions in affected areas. Mr. Chairman, peace and stability are not mere aspirations. They are the birthright of all people, regardless of nationalities and religion. It is high time that world leaders and influential international organizations like OIC intensify their efforts. We must bring conflicted parties to the negotiating table for the sake of stability and security, not only in the Middle East, but also in the rest of the world. The very essence of the Ummah is unity, a community of shared values. During this challenging time, it is our duty as OIC member states to remain united in safeguarding the lives of the innocent and putting an end to violence. Kazakhstan stands ready to support any efforts that can pave the way for a lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
أشكر معالي على كلمته. والآن الكلمة لدولة رئيس وزراء أوزبكستان عبد الله عريوف، فليتفضل.
Hurmatli nazorat oliylari, janob oliylari, muhtaram yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, qadrli do'stlar, assalomu alaykum. Shu kunlarda G'azo hududida vujudga kelgan nihoyatda keskin tabiiy, harbiy, siyosiy va og'ir gumanitar vaziyat bugungi favqulodda sammitimizni haqiqatdan ham kechiktirib bo'lmas tus berdi. Shuning uchun ham bugungi tadbirni o'tkazishni tashabbus ko'rsatgan va uni murakkab xalqaro sharoitlarga qaramasdan yuksak saviyada tashkil etgani uchun ikki muqaddas masjid xodimi Saudiya Arabistoni podshohi Salmon bin Abdulaziz Al Saud A'lo hazratlari va valiahd shahzoda Muhammad bin Salmon hazrat oliylariga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni izhor etamiz. 57 ta davlatni qariyb 1,5 milliard aholini o'z ichiga olgan tashkilotimizning bugungi sammiti alohida ramziy ahamiyatga egadir. U bizni bog'lab turgan muqaddas qadriyatlar naqadar kuchli ekanligining va biz mushkul damlarda bir-birimizga mustahkam tayanch bo'la olishimizning yaqqol tasdig'idir. Hurmatli delegatsiyalar rahbarlari, G'azo sektorida yuz berayotgan misli ko'rilmagan halokatli vaziyat barchamizning qalbimizga cheksiz qayg'u va iztirob solmoqda. Zero bu mudhish voqealar natijasida ko'plab odamlar, ayniqsa mushtipar onalar, norasida bolalar, hatto chaqaloqlar qurbon bo'lmoqda va jabrlanmoqda. Vayronagarchilik va halokat ko'lami bo'yicha bugungi nizo misli ko'rilmagan bo'lib, Yaqin Sharq mojarosining oxirgi 50 yillik tarixida ilk bor kuzatilmoqda. Eng achinarlisi bu inqirozning oxiri ko'rinmayapti. Biz Falastin diyorida yuz berayotgan mojaroga jim qarab tura olmaymiz. O'zbekiston bu borada tegishli diplomatik chora-tadbirlarni amalga oshirmoqda. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti hurmatli Shavkat Mirziyoyev janobi oliylari topshiriqlariga binoan G'azo sektorida aholi uchun Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining Yaqin Sharq agentligi orqali moliyaviy ko'mak
to the stability of the United Nations and other high-level, high-profile international platforms. On October 27 this year, together with 120 countries, we voted in favor of a special General Assembly resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We discussed this issue yesterday at the summit of the Organization of Economic Cooperation in Tashkent and earlier at the top-level meeting of the Organization of Turkish States. Nothing can compensate for human losses suffered in a violent conflict in Gaza. We consider infanticide as injustice that can never be accepted. We extend our sincere condolences and sympathy to the families and loved ones of the victims of the armed conflict. Mr. Chairman, we reiterate our solidarity with the people of Palestine. Uzbekistan supports the right of Palestine to establish its independent state in accordance with the previously adopted resolutions of the United Nations and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Life itself is proving the fact that the conflict can be resolved only on the basis of the principle of two states. We also urge all member states to mobilize the resources to ensure the inviolability of the holy Al-Aqsam and other sacred sites in Shárek, in Jerusalem. Escalation of violence will inevitably lead to a major disruption of the international situation and drawing of new forces into armed confrontation. Furthermore, it may lead to unpredictable tragedies that can spill over beyond the Middle East to countries much further away. Most dangerously and sadly, this conflict can lead to strains among religions, civilizations, and cultures that should never be allowed. For this very reason, we call upon the parties to immediately reach a compromise for humanitarian purposes, cease hostilities, and seek for a diplomatic solution to the conflict. Addressing these issues on the basis of unity and solidarity is an indispensable and necessary condition for each and every one of us to have clear conscience and moral peace and for the stable development of our countries. For our part, we express our readiness to support constructive initiatives and diplomatic efforts aimed at solving this problem within the framework of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and its members. May Allah help us in our efforts to ensure peace, prosperity, and happiness of the Muslim Ummah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank His Excellency for the speech. Now I will give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda to deliver her speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me on the outset express our gratitude to the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Riyadh. I also wish to convey greetings of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the custodian of the two holy mosques, and to the Crown Prince. My President deeply appreciates the vital role the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is playing in the furtherance of regional and international peace and security. Mr. Chairman, sir, we are meeting at a very challenging time when our brothers and sisters of Palestine are facing and suffering senseless violence from Israel, which has been their historical tormentor and aggressor. As an occupying power, Israel has failed to live up to our obligations under the Geneva Convention. Women, children, people with disabilities, the elderly, and indeed the general population of Palestine and Gaza in particular are suffering daily and nightly. Bombardments without due regard to dictates of international law, most especially the Geneva Convention. Clearly, we are living the end of a rule-based system. The omens are not good and too scarcely to contemplate. Schools, hospitals, and other civilian infrastructure are targeted with reckless abandon. Civilians and even hospitals are deliberately targeted to cause harm and despondency. Uganda believes that the people of Palestine are entitled to peace and indeed deserves peace. The world, most especially through the United Nations, owes them justice. For too long, they have been victims of aggression and injustices committed by Israel, the occupying power with the support of many within the United Nations. The United Nations Security Council has failed in its duty not only to enforce its resolutions where those exist and to take necessary measures that are necessary for the enforcement of peace and security for the Palestinian people and wider region. What is even more worrying is the fact that the current conflict has the potential to explode into a regional conflagration with attendant negative consequences for international peace and security. Uganda wishes to call on the supporters of Israel to prevail on her to realize the dangers embedded in the current conflict. Your Royal Highness and Excellencies, Uganda holds the view that as a first step to eventual realization of peace, the following measures should be undertaken. 1. Establish a ceasefire enabled by immediate withdrawal of Israel forces from Gaza. Allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. Re-establish all social services, including electricity, medical, among others. Lift the siege of Gaza. Mr. Chairman, while those measures are significant, we also need to realize that in the long term, the people of Palestine need a state and a place they can call home after more than 70 years of being stateless and dehumanized. The two-state solution with Palestine and Israel living peacefully and in security side by side is our ultimate goal. Without such a measure, peace for both peoples will remain only but a dream. We call on the international community to live up to this obligation. It is also important that those who support Israel realize the long-term dangers their blind support portends for the region and the wider international community. Finally, Your Excellency, sir, I wish to reaffirm Uganda's support to the struggle of the people of Palestine and restate Uganda's commitment to various Security Council resolutions and indeed to the two-state solutions. We also call on member states to maintain progressive and purposeful unity in the face of the current situation and the challenging days ahead. Without unity, the challenges to the aspirations of the Palestinian people will be hard to overcome. I thank you, sir, Your Highness, and I thank you all for God and my country.
أشكر معالي السيدة رقية السجان على كلامها على كلمتها، والآن أدعو معالي وزير الخارجية سلطنة عمان السيد بدر بن حمد بن حود البوسعيدي لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
The most merciful, the most gracious, and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, the custodian of the two holy mosque, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, also the King of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Crown Prince the Prime Minister for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, the General Secretary for the Arab League, the General Secretary of OIC, our dear guests, peace be upon you all. I'm honored to express the sincere appreciation for the Sultan of Oman and his sincere praise for the success of this summit. The Palestinian people are facing a humanitarian suffer that break the hearts in front of the negligence of the Security Council and the United Nations and not taking any procedure to stop this barbarian war that imposed by the Israeli occupation under the dilemma of self-defense. Self-defense do not do not result in displacing the innocent people and killing children and unarmed men and women and destruction of houses and worship places and schools and hospitals and camps and cut the surfaces and forbid the people from food and fuel and medicine and impose the blockade, the illegal blockade on Gaza Strip. So it saddens me, actually, the stance by some neighboring or some friendly countries that defend the international law and its implementation of it in different parts of the world, while they do not deplore the Israel violation for the same international law in regard of Palestine. The Sultanate of Oman affirm again its stance to support the legitimate right for the Palestinian people in living and their freedom and their dignity and self-determination. So we are today and every day as well affirm to actual stand and even with human conscience in calling to stop this random war and also to open the humanitarian corridors and to facilitate it as well for all the humanitarian supplies for the Gaza Strip and also to lift the blockade and to release on hostages and prisoners and also to call upon the states that support Israel to stop the double standards in implementing the international law. The only solution for the Palestinian cause lays in political work that aims to the termination of the occupation and also to establish an independent Palestine state on the border of 1967, where East Al-Quds, the capital, in accordance with the international law and UN resolution, which guarantee this security and stability for everyone. And we in the Sultanate of Oman affirm that our continuous support to serve the causes of security and stability, because we are an essential part of this connected world where we share with its people and the benefits and destiny and to standing next to the Palestinian cause is a duty for in our world. So now we must deliver our voice with truth until Palestine have their own right that were guaranteed by the international law and to become a member in the international community as an independent state. And in conclusion, that we wish for this blessed summit all the success, and we wish and we appreciate also the kingdom with its leadership, with the custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman bin Abdulaziz. God bless him and his invitation for the summit, and peace be upon you all.
We thank His Excellency Badr Abu Sa'idi for his speech. Now I give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Nigeria to deliver his speech.
Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We meet under tragic circumstances when sustained attacks on the Gaza Strip has led to the senseless loss of human lives. Continues to threaten the lives of innocent civilians and has created a humanitarian disaster. Nigeria welcomes this intervention by the OIC and the Arab League to emphatically add its voice to the call for an end to the violence and loss of lives of innocent civilians. The disproportionate use of force against the people of Gaza begs the question, how many more must die to avenge the act of aggressors? Abrahamic religions have provided ample guidance for governments to follow for declaring war against another. The writings of 12th century scholar Bin Rushdi, known in the Western world as Averroes, on the subject of just war, influenced many, including the Christian philosopher St. Thomas Aquinas. Collectively, this body of work provided for what came to be known as the just war theory, that governments, responsible governments, use to determine whether war and aggression is morally justifiable. The war against the people of Gaza cannot be contemplated in the same breath of the just war doctrine and has to stop for the sake of humanity. Pray tell, where is the rule of law? Your Excellencies, today we live in a data-driven world. The question we have to ask ourselves is, where is the evidence that the violence meted out by Israel on Gaza is having any deleterious effect on Hamas? We must work collectively to bring an end to the violence and find a lasting solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict based on the UN-prescribed two-state solution. Nigeria stands firmly by this. Thank you for listening.
And thank His Excellency for the speech. And now I give the floor
أشكر معاليه على كلمته.
والآن أدعو معالي السيد ذات العنوان يوسف وزير
الخارجية الثاني في بروناي دار السلام لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Chairman of the 14th Islamic Summit, Your Excellency Secretary General of the OIC, Your Excellency Secretary General of the Arab League, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, at the outset, I am honored to convey the greetings of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah, Muizzuddin Wad-Dawlah, Sultan and Young Sultan of Brunei Darussalam, to this extraordinary Arab-Islamic Joint Summit. I also extend His Majesty's appreciation to His Majesty, the Custodian of the two Holy Mosques, for the invitation to this very urgent meeting. I also thank His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, for his briefing earlier on, and express my deepest condolences on the continued loss of lives and suffering of the Palestinian people. Brunei Darussalam reiterate our strong condemnation on the severe escalation of violence, which has resulted in the unjustifiable loss of innocent lives, suffering, and indiscriminate destruction of civilian properties and places of worship, particularly in Gaza. There seems to be no place and no individual that is spared. We call on the occupying power to end the blatant denial of a worsening humanitarian crisis in Palestine, in particular in Gaza, immediately cease their disproportionate actions and to uphold their obligation under international law, the UN Charter, and all relevant UN resolutions. They must allow the continued safe, unimpeded access to all humanitarian aid. Your Highness, Mr. Chairman, today, through this unprecedented joint extraordinary summit, we have the opportunity to demand the UN Security Council to fulfill its mandate in maintaining peace and international security, as well as call on the international community to be principled in upholding international humanitarian and human rights law, and to stop the dehumanization of the Palestinian people. The issue of Palestine is and will always be at the heart of the OIC. It is for this reason Brunei gives our full support for the adoption of the resolution of the joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit. This resolution shall demonstrate our solidarity with the Palestinian people and their plight. Brunei Darussalam remains resolute in this endeavor for the Palestine to pursue its inalienable right to self-determination and reaffirm our commitment to the two-state solution towards achieving an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you, Your Highness, Mr. Chairman.
أشكر معالي على كلمته.
pardon me. I give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Maldives to deliver his speech.
The custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and chair of the Islamic Summit, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Secretary General of the OIC, Secretary General of the Arab League, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We want to live. We want peace. We want medicine, food, and education. We want to live as other children. These are the words of innocent Palestinian children who held a press conference at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, the site of sustained Israeli attacks. These children should be living a carefree life in the loving arms of their parents. They should be studying at school. They should be in the playground with their friends. They should be equipping themselves with the knowledge and skills they need. They should be filled with hopes and dreams of a bright future. Yet today, these children, these innocent Palestinian children, are begging for their lives. They are mourning the death of their parents and loving ones, of their friends and teachers. Their hopes and dreams, their futures and aspirations are being crushed in front of our eyes. Excellencies, protecting these children and the people of Palestine should be our rallying call. Their lives, their rights, and their freedom have been central to our cause. It is the central cause of our very organization. We cannot let the most vulnerable become collateral damage in yet another conflict the international community is failing to solve. In fact, we cannot let the death of these innocent children, all those innocent civilians, be brushed off as collateral damage. It is a shame that we still continue to argue that their lives have been. It is a shame that we continue to ask that the dead have to continually prove they are dead. As we speak, the fate of Palestinians continue to be death, destruction, and despair. This cannot go on, and we must not fail them. This is why we must continue to strongly condemn the ongoing Israeli military aggression against the civilians in the Gaza Strip. We must continue to work towards an immediate ceasefire, and we must continue to be their voice. On this note, let me express on behalf of President Ibrahim Muhammad Saleh, the government and the people of the Maldives, our most sincere gratitude to Khadim al-Haramain al-Sharifain, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for bringing us together at this critical time on an issue that is central to our Ummah. We commend your leadership and strong commitment to tackle these issues and find solutions. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, collective punishment is a violation of international humanitarian law. It is a war crime. But that is what the innocent civilians of Palestine are being subjected to. And because of this, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening by the hour. Hospitals, mosques, universities, and refugee camps are targeted every day. Nowhere is safe. The people of Gaza continue to suffer without food, electricity, medicine, and water. It is just a matter of time until they completely run out of essential commodities. We must ensure that the humanitarian support meets the humanitarian needs. We must urge the opening of humanitarian corridors to ensure that the aid enters Gaza safely at the scale needed. As such, the Maldives has pledged to donate 2 million cans of tuna to the people of Palestine in Gaza. This is a symbol of our solidarity with the people of Palestine. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, We believe that the path to true peace and stability in Palestine, as well as in the Middle East, lies in a two-state solution. But how we get there matters. The path to a lasting solution cannot be paved with the blood and corpses of innocent civilians. I take this opportunity to reiterate our firm support and commitment to the Palestinian people in realizing their inalienable rights and legitimate aspirations for an independent state based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, every day the Maldivian people weep for the people of Gaza. We mourn the dead and pray for them to attain the highest level of Jannah. We feel their pain. We are restless to end their suffering. To our brothers and sisters in Palestine, I bring to you a message from the people of the Maldives. We stand with you. We will not give up. We will not relent. These are the same messages that keep reverberating in all our countries across the Ummah. My brothers and sisters, we must continue to fight for their rights. We must work together towards an immediate ceasefire. Together, we must deliver for the people of the Palestine. I thank you, Your Highness.
أشكر معالي على كلمتي. والآن أدعو معالي السيد جيهون بيرموف وزير خارجية جمهورية أذربيجان لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
Mr. Chair, distinguished heads of states and governments, Secretary Generals, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and Crown Prince, Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for convening this important summit. Azerbaijan remains deeply concerned by the recent escalation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict zone. Civilian death toll, including among women and children, is especially disturbing. Civilians should not take the brunt of hostilities. Azerbaijan extends its deepest condolences to the families of the victims. Azerbaijan joins others in calling for an urgent de-escalation and the immediate cessation of hostilities. Respect for the sanctity of religious sites has to be ensured. Any action that could exacerbate the situation should be avoided. Further deterioration can lead to spillover consequences for the entire region. The international community should mobilize its efforts to prevent further calamity and to return life to normal. Azerbaijan firmly supports a two-state solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as the capital of the state of Palestine, in line with international law and relevant UN resolutions. This year, Azerbaijan established the representative office in Ramallah. This move will further boost our relations with the state of Palestine. Azerbaijan, in its capacity as the chair of the non-aligned movement, firmly defends international law and justice at the global arena. Our chairmanship attaches particular importance to the Palestinian issue, keeping it high on the agenda of the movement. In the spirit of Islamic solidarity, Azerbaijan will continue to support the efforts to achieve a just, lasting, and peaceful solution to the issue of Palestine in line with international law. To meet humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people, Azerbaijan has allocated $1.6 million through the relevant UN agency. Azerbaijan hosted a number of international events in mobilizing political and financial support to Palestine, including conference on creation of an Islamic financial security net, donor conference in support of the development of the city of Al-Quds. We have also recently allocated funds to build a school in Palestine with the capacity of more than 600 pupils. Dear colleagues, Azerbaijan has suffered from the Armenian occupation for almost 30 years. We thank the OAC member states for their constant support to the just position of Azerbaijan. Almost 100 OAC summit and ministerial decisions and resolutions have been adopted in the last 30 years, condemning the Armenian aggression and supporting Azerbaijan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our genuine intention to solve the conflict by peaceful means were not reciprocated by Armenia, the aim of which was to perpetuate the status quo of occupation. Since Armenia did not heed numerous calls to who deoccupy our lands, Azerbaijan was left with no choice but to resort to use of force in order to restore its territorial integrity in the 44-day patriotic war of 2020. 2 months ago, Azerbaijan gained another crushing victory and restored its full sovereignty as a result of counter-terrorism operation. Wars, violent conflicts, rage across the globe. The erosion of international law is so visible. During the years of occupation, Azerbaijan witnessed double standards, selective approach, as well as inefficiency of international organizations. Regretfully, UN does not live to expectations of the international community and should undergo serious reforms. The Security Council, which has the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, is held hostage by narrow political interests of some big nations. To conclude, Mr. Chair, let me express our hope that peace and security will be established in all parts of the world, paving the way for sustainable development and prosperity. I thank you.
أشكر معالي السيد ديفون باريموف على كلمته، والآن أدعو وسائل الإعلام المغادرة القاعة لبدء جلسة العمل المغلقة.
You're the first to know. The news live at the site of the event. Information on events as they are happening. If it's breaking news, it's live TV.